Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to open the 25th CFSP-CSDP meeting. You are most welcome to Hungary. My name is Zsolt Németh. I am one of your hosts, the chairman of the Hungarian Parliament Foreign Relations Committee. I would like to welcome you also in the name of Lajos Kósa, who is the head of our Defense Committee. Both of us, with Lajos Kósa and myself, we have been a member of this parliament since 1990. There are not too many of us in the present Hungarian parliament, so you can regard us veterans of the Hungarian parliament. Hopefully you will enjoy your time in Hungary. First of all, allow me to highlight a few technical details. I would like to inform you that both the microphone and the headphones can be found in the drawers inside your desks. So you have a desk in front of you, and you have got there a microphone and a headphone. You may ask the colleagues in the room for help if you need any to select the languages you prefer. We provide English and French interpretation during the meeting, as well as on the request of our Croatian colleagues, Croatian, Italian, and Spanish. As per the standing orders of the Hungarian National Assembly, it is not allowed to bring any food or drinks inside the plenary hall. Coffee and refreshments are waiting for you outside on the corridor continuously on my right side. First, now I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Speaker of the Hungarian National Assembly, Mr. János Latorcai, for his opening speech. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you have the floor.
Európa fegyverzete jelenleg olyan fegyverekre korlátozódik, melyek nem biztosítanak számunkra stratégiai autonómiát. Charles de Gaulle ma is aktuális gondolatával köszöntöm Önöket az Európai Unió Tanácsa 2024. második félévi magyar elnökségének parlamenti együttműködése keretében megvalósuló második eseményünkön, a közös biztonság és védelempolitikáról szóló immár 25. parlamentközi konferencián. Igen, tisztelt levezető elnök úr, tisztelt elnök urak, tisztelt bizottsági tagok, miniszter úr, biztos úr, tisztelt hölgyeim és uraim, kedves kollégák! Kétnapos parlamentközi konferenciánk során 4 tematikus napirendi pont keretében lesz lehetőség az eszmecserére olyan kiemelkedő témákban, mint a jövő Európája és az Európai Unióhoz csatlakozni kívánó országok, a közös kül- és biztonságpolitika, a közös biztonság és védelempolitika prioritásai és aktualitásai, a külső határvédelem és az illegális migráció, valamint a világ geopolitikai, geostratégiai átrendeződése. A magyar EU elnökség mindezeket a kérdéseket egyértelmű prioritásként kezeli, azok jelentőségét a Magyar Országgyűlés is rendszeresen hangsúlyozza, és lehetőségeihez képest támogatja azok megoldását. Az első ilyen kiemelkedő fontosságú témakör az Európai Unió bővítése. Szeretnék mindenkit emlékeztetni, hogy az első magyar Európai Uniós elnökség idején, 13 évvel ezelőtt kiemelkedő szerepet vállaltunk Horvátország csatlakozásának előmozdítására. Most is úgy látjuk, hogy nem csak adott a lehetőség, hanem szükséges is az Európai Unió bővítésének folytatása. Ahogy egykoron, úgy most is az adott tagjelöltek felkészültségének és érdemeinek figyelembevételével kell majd közösen meghoznunk a végső döntést. Képviselőtársaim, a magyar képviselőtársaim közül sokan, de bízom benne, hogy önök is emlékeznek még, hogy milyen rögös út vezetett hazánk Európai Uniós csatlakozásához. Ezért is fordít a Magyar Országgyűlés kiemelt figyelmet a twinning programokra és más hasonló szakmai együttműködésre, melyek meggyőződésünk szerint nagy mértékben képesek segíteni a csatlakozásra váró országok felkészülési folyamatát, azok jogharmonizációját. A második kiemelten fontos téma, mely ezer szállal kapcsolódik a bővítéshez, Európa biztonsága és védelme. Az elmúlt évtizedben jelentősen romlott Európa biztonsági helyzete. Keletről az ukrajnai háború, míg délről az állandósult instabilitás, az azzal összefüggő tömeges, illegális migráció és a nemzetközi terrorizmus, illetve a szervezett bűnözés és a nemzetközi vizeket érintő kalózkodás jelent fenyegetést Európa biztonságára. A negatív nemzetközi folyamatok, és különösen az ukrajnai háború következtében tarthatatlanná vált a védelmi költségek alacsony szinten tartása. Örömteli, hogy az európai országok számottevően növelték védelmi kiadásaikat, de mindez már középtávon is csak akkor lehet sikeres, akkor lehet valóban eredményes, ha ehhez a folyamathoz az iparfejlesztés és egyúttal a gyártási kapacitás növekedése is társul. Eljött az ideje tehát, hogy Európa ne csak felismerje elsődleges felelősségét saját biztonságáért és védelméért, hanem annak érdekében hatékony lépéseket is tegyen. Nem mehetünk el szó nélkül az Európára lassan 10 éve intenzíven nehezedő migrációs nyomás mellett, amelyek nem csak az Unió egésze számára jelentenek kihívást, hanem hatalmas terhet ró az egyes tagállamokra, különösen az Unió külső határainál. Minden a külső határokat végő, a jogi és fizikai határzárat építő tagország az egész közösség érdekét védi. Ezért annak költségeit a nemzeti források figyelembevételével meggyőződésünk szerint közösen kell viselnünk az uniós költségvetésből. Meggyőződésünk tehát, hogy a közös európai menekültügyi rendszer reformja a migráció külső dimenziójában végzett hatékony erőfeszítések nélkül nem lehet sikeres. Ezért elengedhetetlen az Unióval határos, illetve a kulcsfontosságú kibocsátó és tranzit országokkal történő szorosabb együttműködés. Ezek nélkül az Európai Unió nem lesz képes a beáramló migrációs nyomást enyhíteni, az illegális migrációt visszaszorítani, az embercsempészetet megfékezni és a hibrid fenyegetéseket ártalmatlanítani. Mindezeket a kérdéseket kerekbe foglalja a világban zajló geopolitikai és geostratégiai átrendeződés, melynek Európa inkább elszenvedője, mint sem alakítója. Sikeresek csak akkor lehetünk, ha a stratégiai autonómia jegyében tudunk választ találni a sorsfordító kérdésekre. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Meggyőződésem, hogy ezen témákra kiemelt figyelmet kell fordítanunk, melyek többoldalú és alapos megvitatásához a mostani konferencia alkalmából magasrangú kormányzati és kiemelkedő nemzetközi szereplők előadásaival, valamint a Magyar Országgyűlés hivatal által összeállított tematikus háttéranyagokkal készültünk. Bízom benne, hogy a tartalmas és előremutató eszmecserék mellett lesz alkalmuk megismerni hazánk fővárosának, Budapestnek a szépségeit, és megtapasztalni a magyarok vendégszeretetét is. Ennek első lépéseként nagy szeretettel invitálom Önöket a konferencia mai hivatalos részét követően egy országházi sétára, amely nem csak az épület, hanem részben a magyar történelem sajátosságaira is felhívja a figyelmet, megismerteti azokat önökkel. Reményeim szerint ezzel a sétával érthetőbbé válik, hogy mi magyarok miért ragaszkodunk annyira nemzeti szuverenitásunkhoz. E gondolatokkal köszöntöm önöket. Kövér László házelnök úr és a magam nevében is köszönöm, hogy elfogadták a meghívásunkat. Isten hozta valamennyiüket Magyarországra, Isten hozta ide az országházába. Köszönöm a figyelmüket.
Thank you very much, Mr. Latorcai. And now I would like to give the floor to Kósa Lajos, the chairman of the Defense Committee. Please take the floor.
Hölgyeim és uraim, kedves mindnyájan, tisztelt konferencia! Az 1800-as évek közepén egy magyar fiatalember kivándorolt Amerikába, vágyott a gazdagságra, a jólétre, a biztonságra, a kényelmes életre. Nagy reményekkel indult útnak, aztán az amerikai tapasztalatairól írt az itthoni rokonságnak egy levelet, röviden és summásan a következőt írta. Kijöttem ide, hogy jólétben és gazdaságban éljek, kiderült, hogy ez egyáltalán nincsen így. Kiderült, hogy a jólétet nekem kell megteremteni, kiderült, hogy nincsenek lekövezve az utcák, sőt, az is kiderült, hogy tőlem várják, hogy lekövezzük az utcákat. Mindezt a példabeszédet csak annyira azért mondtam el, mert a Magyarország 2004-ben, amikor sokat magával belépett az Európai Unióba, az európai országok nagy családjába és közösségébe, szervezeti és politikai értelemben, mindenkiben volt egy nagy csomó remény, egy csomó illúzió az Unióval kapcsolatban, úgy fogunk élni, mint az osztrákok, mindenki tanulhat a Szorbonon, rajztanának, ezt azért mondom, mert szó szerint ez volt a kampányban, az akkori kormánypártok kampányában a vezető szlogen, illetve te is nyithatsz cukrászdát a Maria Hilferstrasszén. Aztán persze kiderült, hogy ez egyáltalán nincsen így, az Európai Unió nagy közös épületét közös erőfeszítéssel kell felépítenünk, erősítenünk, jobbá tennünk, de mi ehhez partnerek vagyunk, mert semmi kedvünk az ingyen leveshez, szeretnénk saját magunk is megdolgozni a biztonságunkért, jólétünkért, a boldogságunkért, a gyarapodásunkért. És ennek a vágynak azt hiszem mindenki a részese, ki ne szeretne egy erős, versenyképes Európában élni, ki ne szeretne egy olyan Európában, amelynek a szava egyre fontosabb és egyre jobban hallik a világban, ki ne szeretne egy olyan Európában élni, amely biztonságot nyújt, ahol nincsenek közbiztonsági problémák, meg tudja oldani azokat a rendkívül nehéz kérdéseket és problémákat, amellyel szembesül, és úgy általában jó európainak lenni. Jó európainak lenni, de mindazért, amit el akarunk érni, egy erős, versenyképes, gyarapodó, biztonságos Európát, azért rengeteget kell dolgoznunk. És ennek a legelső feltétele, az alapfeltétele az az, hogy maradjunk kapcsolatban, beszéljünk egymással. Nem kell egyetértenünk, félreértés ne essék, de maradjunk kapcsolatban, beszéljünk egymással, hallgassuk meg egymást, akkor is, hogyha nem értünk egyet azzal, amit a másik mond. Ha meg sem hallgatjuk Ha nem figyelünk oda, ha meg se próbáljuk megérteni a másikat, akkor biztos az összes álmunk elmegy a levesbe, ahogy ezt magyarul szokták mondani, nem fog megvalósulni. Mert mindenki gondoljon bele a saját életébe. A gyerekeit már csak az ember szereti, feltétlenül lojális velük. Ez nem jelenti azt, hogy én a lányaimmal vagy a fiaimmal nem szoktam vitatkozni, dehogy, sőt, nagyon is. Ez nem jelenti azt egyébként, hogy akkor megszakítom velük a kapcsolatot, és nem állok velük többet szóba. Ez micsoda hülyeség. Nagyon sokat vitatkozunk, sőt, veszekszünk. Ezzel megyünk előre, de kapcsolatban vagyok velük, soha nem engedem meg azt magamnak, hogy nem hallgatom meg őket, soha nem engedem meg azt magamnak, hogy rájuk csapjam az ajtót, és azt mondom, hogy nem állok vele többet szóba, pedig ők a gyerekeim. Most gondoljuk meg, hogy milyen távolság van az ember gyereke, meg mondjuk a két egymástól messze eső ország is teljesen különböző, ám európai ország érdekcsoportja között. Óriási. A legfontosabb, maradjunk kapcsolatba, egymást hallgassuk meg, figyeljünk oda, így jutunk előre. Ha ez nincs meg, az összes álmunk, az nem fog megvalósulni. Úgyhogy én mindenkinek nagyon-nagyon örülök, aki eljött Budapestre. Nem fogunk egyetérteni sok mindenben, ez nem baj. Mi voltunk már olyan szövetségben, jól emlékszem, KGST Varsói Szerződés, ahol mindenki mindig mindennel egyet kellett értsen, és utána közösen fel kellett állni, és el kellett énekelni az internacionálét. Ez itt nem lesz. Nagyon helyes, hogy nem lesz. Azt már régen meghaladtuk. De hogy maradjunk kapcsolatban, a legfontosabb, ezért a legőszintébben, tiszta szívvel mondom, hogy mindenkit nagyon nagy szeretettel köszöntök. Nagyon örülök, hogy itt vannak. Jókat fogunk beszélgetni, vitatkozni, aki pedig nem jött el, azt nagyon-nagyon sajnáljuk. Arra kérjük, hogy legközelebb gondolkodjon azon, hogy vajon, hogyha a gyerekeivel összevész, akkor az a helyes, hogyha többet nem találkozik velük, vagy megpróbálnak legalább valamit tisztázni a konfliktusokból. Mert konfliktusok mindig lesznek. Mindig lesznek, az nem baj, egyáltalán nem baj. Úgyhogy mindenkinek nagyon-nagyon jó tanácskozást kívánok, és őszinte szívvel köszöntöm Önöket itt a Magyar Parlament felsőházi termében, úgyis, mint olyan képviselő, aki 1990 óta folyamatosan a Magyar Parlament tagja. A legfontosabb, hogy maradjunk kapcsolatban, és beszéljünk egymással, hallgassuk meg egymást. Köszönöm szépen!
Thank you, Mr. Kósa, and I am also very grateful to our co-organizers, David McAllister, the chair of the European Parliament Foreign Relations Committee, for exactly the same reason what Lajos was just developing, that formally, as you know, we have been co-organizing this event, and David was very keen that the formal participation of the Foreign Relations Committee of the European Parliament is remaining. I would like to add a few ideas to this. Why was it a good decision, dear colleagues, to come to Budapest today? A few more ideas just before giving the floor to David McAllister. First and foremost, let us remind ourselves the mission of our conference, which was defined 25 years ago. Our mission is to exercise parliamentary control over the EU's common foreign and security policy and its inextricably linked CSDP. Do the CFSP and the CSDP work according to the regulations, which in the EU means according to the treaty? Although the guardian of the treaties in the EU is basically the Commission, in the EU member states, the executive power is responsible to the national parliaments. And since the member states have the final say regarding the CFSP and CSDP, it is logical that the national parliaments, together with the European Parliament, fulfill a kind of control function within the framework of this regularly organized conference. However, since there are 27 of us, and 28 including the European Parliament, which is independent of the national parliaments. Therefore, due to the democratic nature of the EU, our positions can differ, as Lajos was speaking about this, or almost necessarily differ on how well the CFSP and CSDP function according to regulations, the treaty, or how they could function even better according to our regulations. In addition, parliaments are internally politically diverse, so the variability of positions is even greater than the 28% caucus of ourselves. That is why we are not only a monitoring forum, but also a coordinating forum, a consultation forum that offers the opportunity to listen to each other's views, to think them through, and in the best case, to come closer together. I hope that we can make good use of this opportunity during our discussions today and tomorrow. Regarding our internal diversity, I myself start from the assumption, and I can recommend this to my fellow representatives, that whatever and however much we argue, our differences are not strategic, but tactical in nature. Our strategic goals are mostly common, I'm convinced. They are common because they are described in Article 2 of the Treaty of Lisbon. Regarding the EU's external relations, these strategic goals are also detailed separately in Article 2. Our aim is to defend and promote our common interests and values, and to contribute to peace and security and sustainable development in the world, solidarity and mutual respect between nations, freedom of fair trade, the eradication of poverty, and the promotion of human rights. And of course, to promote international law, especially the UN Charter. All member states have accepted the treaties. The treaties oblige us, we identify with them, therefore the strategic goals set out in them are common. Of course, due to the democratic character of the EU, anything can be disputed, even strategic goals. In this case, the debate is no longer a matter for a policy review by the CFSP, CSDP forum, for example, but for a possible treaty amendment. So our main issue is not whether the treaties are good or not, but whether the CFSP, CSDP are working according to the treaties, whether they are fulfilling and legally fulfilling the objectives of the treaties or not. That is why I argue that our debates are not strategic but tactical. The question is, what is leading towards these goals? What is counterproductive? And what is appearing to be leading towards the goal but is actually counterproductive? For example, to be a bit more concrete, although the treaty does not mention the word strategic autonomy, the need for EU's strategic autonomy flows directly from the need to protect and promote the EU interests and values. I guess there is no one among us who would not agree with this, but there is plenty of room for discussion about what makes strategic autonomy a reality, less or more Atlanticism. Is it a more autonomous or more integrated arms development with our overseas allies? What gives Europe more security? Does greater security imply greater autonomy? Or greater security in itself is not necessarily part of strategic autonomy? And I could list similar dilemmas on the question of Russian aggression against Ukraine, or the war in the Holy Land, or the management of migratory pressure on Europe, or EU enlargement, to give examples of areas where we will have tactical disputes with each other, but where we share the strategic goals. As a guideline for our conference, dear colleagues, I propose that we listen to each other. Let's listen to the theses, let's listen to the antitheses, and try to find a synthesis. Let's do all this with the aim of supporting a successful CFSP and CSDP, and indirectly all the policies and decision-making of the EU, in order to make Europe great again, as the motto of the Hungarian presidency is suggesting. Dear colleagues, with these ideas, I would like to hand over the floor now to David McAllister, the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee of the European Parliament. David, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, dear Zsolt Nemeth, thank you for giving me the floor. Mr. Speaker, Commissioner Várhelyi, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from the national parliaments and the European Parliament, as chair of the European Parliament's Committee on Foreign Affairs, it is great to be here in Budapest for the now 25th edition of the Interparliamentary Conference, the IPC, for the Common Foreign and Security Policy, as well as for Common Security and Defence Policy, organised in the framework of the parliamentary dimension of the Hungarian presidency of the Council of the European Union. First of all, I would like to thank our colleagues from the National Assembly for hosting us. Special thanks go to, of course, Zsolt Nemeth, as the chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Hungarian National Assembly, and also to Lajos Kósa, the chair of the Committee on Defence and Law Enforcement of the Hungarian National Assembly, for the kind welcome and for bringing us all together here in Budapest, and if I may add, in this magnificent venue. Colleagues, as already pointed out by my previous speakers, we find ourselves in an ever volatile international environment where we as European Union are facing numerous foreign policy challenges, some of which show their repercussions inside the European Union as well. In this context, it is imperative that we make sure that our common foreign and security policy and our security and defence policy are up to the task of actually fulfilling our strategic objectives. I would like to briefly highlight 4 key priorities that I believe currently determine the policy agenda for the CFSP and the CSDP. First, we need to address the consequences of the ongoing Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. Second, it is about defending rules-based multilateralism. Third, it is about developing strategic alliances and like-minded partnerships. And fourth, progressively adapting EU structures and decision-making procedures. On the first point, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine and its consequences continue to be a key priority for the European Parliament. We welcome the European Union's unwavering commitment to support Ukraine for as long as it takes, both in the context of the ongoing war and also on its Euro-Atlantic path. Our collective support for the brave Ukrainians must remain united, coordinated and strategic. This is an investment in our collective future and security. Inaction or hesitation now would entail a much higher financial and political price later on. The latest resolution adopted by the European Parliament just before the summer break in July is a strong testament to our continued support for the independence of Ukraine, its sovereignty and its territorial integrity within the internationally recognized borders. The European Parliament fully backs the 10-point peace plan presented by President Zelensky. We seek to garner international support for the initiative through our channels of parliamentary diplomacy. The European Parliament is a staunch supporter of strong and effective EU sanctions against the Russian Federation, Belarus, and their allies as a key instrument to impair the ability to continue this war of aggression against Ukraine. Therefore, we have to monitor and review the effectiveness and impact of our sanctions and systematically tackle the issue of sanctions circumvented by EU-based companies, third countries, and third parties. Second, the war of aggression against Ukraine has reminded us of the importance of defending rules-based multilateralism. If states choose to blatantly violate this order, we have no other choice but to act. I sincerely hope that one day the Russian Federation will stop its aggressive expansionist tendencies and return to this international order. Until then, we need to stand firm and united. One of our future challenges is to sustain our diplomatic engagements to ensure that the Russian war of aggression is not perceived as a precedent by autocratic actors that undermine democratic standards worldwide. We must continue to lead a united front that condemns the violation of international law and supports the significant role of forums for multilateral cooperation, in particular the United Nations and its agencies. Colleagues, our third priority should be to assert our interest through the development of robust strategic alliances and like-minded partnerships. NATO is the cornerstone of our transatlantic security and defense cooperation. NATO and our European defense and security ambitions are complementary. They must reinforce each other. And finally, the fourth objective I would like to bring to your attention is the need of progressively adapting EU structures and decision-making procedures. In the European Parliament, as you all know, we believe that institutional reforms should increase the ability of the European Union to act. This includes simplified and more effective decision-making procedures. I would like to finally underline what Zsolt Nemet has also pointed out. The parliamentary dimension of the CFSP and CSDP is essential. It is you as representatives of the national parliaments and us in the European Parliament. It is up to us to play an important role in this because the democratic legitimacy of the exercise depends in the end on us. Having said all this, I wish us all a fruitful and interesting conference once again. Thank you so much for Hungarian hosts to bring us all together here in Budapest. All the best.
Thank you very much, David. And now the opening session is over with these very important remarks. But obviously, we will come back to all these questions. And now we continue with our first session, session number 1, the future Europe and the countries wishing to join the European Union. So the future Europe and the countries wishing to join the European Union. I am very honored that we have got just in our room our Minister of Europe, János Bóka, Minister for European Affairs of Hungary, and I also would like to welcome Olivér Várhelyi, Commissioner for Neighbourhood and Enlargement. First of all, I would like to give the floor to Várhelyi Olivér. Please come to the podium. We are very glad, Commissioner, that you could come alone and you accepted our invitation. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, honorable members of all the parliaments of Europe, dear President of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Hungarian National Assembly, dear Speaker, dear David, Chair of the AFET Committee of the European Parliament. It's a great honor to be here today with you, and it's an even greater honor that this is the occasion when this forum visits Budapest. And for any Hungarian, as you know, to speak in this house is always a privilege. This is the house where the Hungarians are discussing their affairs for over 100 years now, and this is the house where Hungarian democracy lives. So again, thank you very much for having me today. And I try to contribute to your debate today by giving you a snapshot, as I was requested, about all the dimensions and sensitivities of the issue related to the enlargement of the European Union. I do hope that together, as we are together today, we should be able to push forward the topic of enlargement and also to push for a new wave of enlargement in the next Commission. Honourable members, as you know, enlargement policy became a top priority of the European Union. But it started by this Commission making it its own top priority. Today, due to the geopolitical and security situation we see in Europe, enlargement has become inevitable. Inevitable because there is no peace, prosperity, security of Europe without enlargement. And I think that our discussions in the next mandate will be very much shaped by the topic of enlargement. And let me already give you my conclusion on this debate, which is that today it's no longer the question whether we will have enlargement. The question is when we will have enlargement. I think that the faster it happens, the faster we make this geopolitical investment to fortify, consolidate the fundamentals of our long-term peace, stability, security, and prosperity throughout our continent. Honourable members, our enlargement policy, a beacon of hope for lasting peace and stability in the Western Balkans and in the Eastern neighbourhood, has seen significant progress over the course of this mandate. We have made historic decisions in the past months and years, and I'm proud of the track record of this Commission regarding enlargement because it is truly impressive. Just let me give you an outline. We have received 4 new applications for membership: Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and Kosovo, all in 2022. We have 3 countries to which candidate status was granted: Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. EU leaders also decided to open accession negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia, with Ukraine and Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and invited the Council to adopt the negotiating framework. The first IGC to reinvigorate the enlargement process, agreement on the application of the revised enlargement methodology to the accession negotiations with Montenegro and Serbia has been met. And we have the first IGC on the accession negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia and Ukraine and Moldova. And we have the first IGC with Montenegro leading us to the final stage of its accession to the European Union by starting to close the chapters. Happened only this June. So as you can see, we have reasonable grounds to be pleased about these 5 years. We seized the momentum around enlargement, and we put down all the tools and instruments for the leaders of Europe to make it happen and complete our union. This progress gives us reason to to be optimistic about the future of the EU. Recently, we have created the large facilities that should bring these new countries into the European Union. First, the recently adopted growth plan for the Western Balkans, which has entered into force only May this year, lays down the ground for implementing the accelerated gradual integration so our partners are better prepared for a smoother accession process. This unprecedented offer of an additional 6 billion euros in financial support to the Western Balkans aims to boost the socio-economic development and convergence of the region with the EU and should provide the benefits of the membership even before accession takes place. At the same time, it also promotes economic integration within the region through the common regional market. And here I want to underline that together with the Reform and Growth Facility, the total EU financial support given to the Western Balkans will, by 2027, reach a comparable level of aid intensity as we see in the current cohesion and structural funds countries of the European Union, meaning 90% of aid intensity by 2027. And on top of this, the growth plan should also accelerate the reform processes on the Western Balkans. Each of our partner countries have provided us with a reform agenda which outlines how and when these countries will complete the reforms that are necessary for joining the European Union. Second, to ensure that Ukraine will be well prepared when it joins, as well as for the recovery and reconstruction works, a 50 billion euros Ukraine facility was created for 2024-2027, which entered into force in March this year. With this facility, the EU has scaled up its support to the country. Already in July, the Commission made a positive assessment to release the first regular installment under the Ukraine facility, which was close to 4.2 billion euros. All in all, we plan to pay 16 billion euros to Ukraine's budget in this year, subject to the country fulfilling the reform conditionalities. Honourable members, as my second point, I want to give you a short snapshot of where we are with the dossiers of our partners. First, maybe on Montenegro. We reached, I think, a particular milestone in June during the Intergovernmental Conference with Montenegro. The EU was able to recognize the progress made by the country on the rule of law by meeting the interim benchmarks in Chapter 23 and 24. At the same time, the EU set closing benchmarks for these fundamental chapters for Montenegro. 10 years after the last accession, the accession of Croatia back in 2013, this is the first time that closing benchmarks for the rule of law chapters are on the agenda. In line with the revised methodology for the enlargement that we adopted back in 2020, which is set of updated guidelines and procedures to ensure a fair and transparent accession process with the fundamentals first principle in the center, the methodology itself now paves the way for starting to close negotiating chapters in the coming months. With Serbia and Albania, perhaps North Macedonia as well, our objective is to hold intergovernmental conferences in the next month. With Serbia, we need to continue the negotiations and open Cluster 3, competitiveness and inclusive growth. I also do hope that Cluster 1, fundamentals with Albania, and maybe North Macedonia, could be opened soon, provided that the conditions set by the Council are met in relation to North Macedonia. Then, with Bosnia and Herzegovina, the European Council also decided to open accession negotiations earlier this year in March. The Commission is preparing the negotiating framework in view of its adoption by the Council once all the relevant steps are made. Regarding Turkey, we are actively engaged with Ankara to re-energize our bilateral relations. After 5 years, we just had a productive exchange with the Turkish foreign minister at the latest Gimnik meeting at the end of August. Based on the initial steps and the progress on the Turkish side, we hope that further steps could be unblocked. So further high-level dialogues, gradual re-engagement of the European Investment Bank, and relaunching the discussion on the mandate for the modernizations of the EU-Turkey customs union. And I do hope that all this is going to be reality in the very near future. Further down the line, intergovernmental conferences could be envisaged in 2025 after Ukraine and Moldova have met the opening benchmarks for opening Cluster 1, the fundamentals. It is crucial for Georgia to confirm its commitment to EU membership and move forward on its EU path. I also wish to stress that Belgrade and Pristina need to progress in the EU-led dialogue to move ahead on their respective EU paths. A constructive approach is needed, and unilateral actions that raise tensions have to be avoided. Additionally, as the Reform and Growth Facility builds upon the 30 billion euros economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans, which mobilizes 1/3 of the GDP of the entire region, we are raising the financial support to a level that is going to be comparable to our cohesion and structural funds policy. With all these tools in place for our partners, it is now their turn to step up the work, because these tools can accelerate meaningfully their accession process, and these tools are there to make them ready to join the European Union. Honourable members, as conclusion, in 2019, at the beginning of this Commission's mandate, we had 7 enlargement partners. Now we have 10. We had 5 candidate countries, and now there are 9. EU accession negotiations have been opened with 3 countries by 2019, and as of today, we have 8 countries included in the accession negotiation process. Enlargement is and will remain at the top of the political agenda, as the European project is not going to be complete without our Balkan friends and friends from the East joining us. Accession to the EU is and will be a merit-based process. It is based on the Copenhagen criteria. It is also clear that accession to the EU is dependent on the progress each country makes, starting with the reforms in the fundamentals, and this is the principle which is of utmost importance for our member states. The candidates and potential candidates must therefore show their full commitment in their delivery of the reforms and the respective EU paths. In parallel, we must also ensure that the enlargement policy, as agreed in our revised enlargement methodology, stays credible, predictable, dynamic, and subject to even stronger political steering. The EU is fit for enlargement and ready to welcome new member states in the coming years. The candidate countries have been provided with many of the necessary tools and support to become members of the European Union. Therefore, I'm convinced that the next Commission will have to be an enlargement Commission, which will pave the way for the next wave of enlargement and the end of its mandate. Honourable members, today, peace, prosperity and stability, which the EU represents, are not granted. We all need to work for it. The following months and years will be crucial. Will Europe be able to grab its future into its own hands and complete the job to create a bigger, stronger, and more stable union for all? I have high hopes, and I count on all the 27 member states to help us deliver. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and I would like to underline the importance of your portfolio, the European Union itself and also the enlargement process itself are both for the present EU citizens and the future EU citizens who are yet to be born and citizens of the countries to join the European Union. Therefore, all the Union policies and enlargement policies must be operated in such a way that they serve both current EU citizens and future EU citizens. This is sustainability in a broad sense. With every decision we make, we have to take into account tomorrow, but not only tomorrow, but obviously also today, for people have a present life on this earth. They have the right to enjoy decisions that benefit not only future generations, but also them. This doesn't mean that people should not be asked to make sacrifices for the future. However, it is true that only a reasonable sacrifice should be asked of them. In the best case, all EU policy decisions are made in this spirit. The enlargement policy shouldn't be an exception in this regard. In the best case, the enlargement criteria are also there to serve current and future EU citizens, those already inside and those still outside, and those yet to be born. Let us be clear, the enlargement criteria are not only for the current EU citizens, but also serve to ensure that those joining the EU have equal rights, equal status, and equal opportunities with those who have been EU members from the moment they join. In light of this, we have to consider the specific challenges and specific decisions constraints. In light of this, we must answer dilemmas, such as whether we should change the accession criteria with the passing time, with the internal changes and development of the EU. Should we exempt some or most of the criteria in order to speed up accession? Is it allowed to set different criteria for member candidates with different positions? Is it allowed to apply different criteria to candidate members than those who already have membership? Let us consider these and many other relevant issues for the future of the Union, and then let's judge the efforts and achievements of the enlargement policy, the neighbourhood policy, and more broadly, the common foreign and security on this basis. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in such a position that now we can listen to János Bóka, the Minister for Europe of Hungary, on the Hungarian vision for the future of Europe. I would like to give the floor to János Bóka. Minister, you have the floor.
Dear Chair, dear members, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and privilege for me to be here with you today in the National Assembly building of Hungary and continue the best traditions of parliamentarism, which is to have frank and open discussions, but let's be honest, not only frank and open discussion, but sometimes fierce debate, but to arrive as one, as a community to these debates, and to leave as one, as a community, as the result of these debates. Today, I will try to give you a broader picture on our presidency priorities with a view to the future of Europe, but of course with a special emphasis on issues that belong to your portfolio. We are in the middle of the EU institutional transition and at the start of the new institutional cycle. This brings the responsibility for the presidency to start strategic policy discussions about the direction the new institutional cycle should take, based, of course, from our point of view, upon the strategic agenda adopted in June this year. For me, the message of the European Parliament election is the call for change. The debate is open how far-reaching these changes should be, and of course, in some cases, the direction of the change is also disputed. But it is clear that Europeans expect better from the European Union. Besides the administrative responsibilities of the presidency, we also have a political responsibility towards the Europeans and the European Union. And this responsibility lies in listening to the call of the European citizens and channeling their voices in the decision-making process. Of course, as a presidency, we are not making these decisions. But if we pretend that European politics can go on like business as usual, we are failing our citizens and we are betraying their hopes and expectations. Dear colleagues, what are the changes our presidency will work to facilitate? First, we need a new European competitiveness deal. In the current context of challenges, where Europe is lagging behind its global competitors, it is vital to improve the productivity and the competitiveness of the Union and its member states, and to stimulate growth. It is in our common interest to address the difficulties in our economies, such as inflation, public debt, high energy prices, fragmentation of international supply chains, or lower European productivity, to put the EU economy back on track. Therefore, the Hungarian presidency will place a strong emphasis on improving European competitiveness and will integrate this objective into all policies. The adoption of a new European competitiveness deal, I believe, can restore economic development and create the conditions for sustainable growth by deepening the internal market, supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, promoting the green and digital transition in partnership with European industry and citizens through international trade and cooperation, and by ensuring the stability and sustainability of jobs. We live in a world where geopolitical and security considerations are everywhere. But we must not forget that open economies, autonomous and neutral trade and investment policies made Europe prosperous and a global power. The Draghi report on European competitiveness is being published today as we speak. The Hungarian presidency proposes to do 3 things with the report. First, and I think this is the most important, but I still believe not many people will actually do this, is to read and understand. And I mean all 400 pages, not just the summary. Second, discuss and build a common understanding. And third, to act. We are preparing for the informal European Council meeting scheduled for the 8th of November in Budapest. The meeting will focus on competitiveness and will build on the strategic agenda and the Letta and Draghi reports, as well as key stakeholder inputs such as the Antwerp Declaration. Second, ladies and gentlemen, we will work on the reinforcement of the European defense policy. Europe needs to significantly improve its defense capabilities, international crisis management responsiveness and capacities. Beyond defense policy alliances and cooperation, the European Union must play a greater role in guaranteeing its own security by strengthening its resilience and capacity to act with allies and partners whenever possible, but also on our own if necessary. Bearing this in mind, we will place particular emphasis on strengthening the European defense technological and industrial base, including defense innovation and the enhancement of defense procurement cooperation. Third, ladies and gentlemen, we will maintain a consistent and merit-based enlargement policy in respect of all accession countries. I believe enlargement has been one of the most successful policies of the European Union, with tremendous transformation power. To keep it that way, it is essential to keep enlargement policy merit-based, balanced, and credible. The case of Ukraine is special in the sense that besides its accession process, the European Union provides wide-ranging and complex support for Ukraine in its fight against aggression, to restore its territorial integrity and international legal order. The Hungarian presidency will do its part through the speedy management of related files, including the proposed loan to Ukraine by using the windfall profit on certain Russian frozen assets as collateral. EU support complements national assistance measures to Ukraine. In this context, it is worth mentioning that Hungary implements its biggest humanitarian assistance program in Ukraine. Hungary received more than 1.4 million Ukrainians since the outbreak of the war. More than 40% of Ukraine's electricity import goes through Hungary, as it has the largest interconnector to Ukraine and provides frequency control for its electricity grid. Hungary has the only pipeline connection to Ukraine where refined oil products are shipped towards Ukraine, and we provide more than 10% of Ukrainian diesel oil consumption and also more than 10% of its natural gas consumption. I also commend Moldova for the progress on its European path. I believe that this progress must be further supported, recognized and reciprocated. I also believe that we must maintain dialogue with Georgia and anchor the country in European structures. Now I turn to the Western Balkans. The European Union has been talking about the European perspective for the Western Balkans for some time now. The EU is not complete without the accession of this region. We promised a European perspective to the Western Balkans more than 20 years ago. The region's integration benefits the EU in economic, security and geopolitical terms. To further broaden and deepen our cooperation, we will invite our partners to consultations in the framework of an EU Western Balkan Summit during our presidency. Besides the management of the accession process, we will continue exploring the possibilities of the concept of gradual integration that is allowing access to and participation in EU programs, projects, networks and initiatives pending full membership. This is, of course, not a substitute for membership, but a tool to promote convergence and build political trust and political ownership needed to accelerate the accession process. It is important that these initiatives bring tangible results. An example might be the single European payment area that could make financial transactions easier and cheaper in the region and with the region. We are also looking at the so-called Green Corridor project to facilitate the movement of persons and goods to and from the Western Balkans. In this respect, it is crucial to listen to the accession countries in the region to find out what brings actual added value in our relationship. With this in mind, I invited all EU advisors of prime ministers to the Western Balkans accession countries to sit down and informally discuss ways and means to enhance cooperation with the region and to reinforce political ownership and commitment. The meeting starts this evening in the city of Szeged in southern Hungary, a symbol of proximity to the Western Balkans and also a symbol of continuous and constructive engagement with the region. During the Hungarian presidency, for the first time in its history, 4 Western Balkans accession countries, Albania, Montenegro, North Macedonia and Serbia, will voluntarily participate in the rule of law dialogue in the General Affairs Council. Without changing the enlargement methodology and the accession criteria, this exercise allows them to participate on an equal footing in the EU's rule of law dialogue. Again, I emphasize, on an equal footing. We are not discussing about them, we are discussing with them. This is how the Hungarian presidency will organize and conduct the discussion, and I am proud to chair this meeting of the General Affairs Council on the 24th of September in Brussels. In addition, we will continue implementing the growth plan for the Western Balkans, hopefully with the first advance payments happening already during our presidency. We are looking forward to key decisions in the IPA committee very soon, and we are also looking forward to the new dynamism it will bring also in the reform process. Enlargement, and I don't hide this fact, also necessitate discussion on the reform of the European Union. The process started already under the Belgian presidency and will follow a 4-stage approach. Discussions on the fundamental values of the EU are ongoing and will continue under our presidency, as you have seen now with the participation of the most advanced accession countries. In parallel, we are now discussing the potential impact of accession on the most important EU policies, such as cohesion and agriculture. These discussions will feed into the preparation of the next multi-annual financial framework, where budgetary impacts of enlargement need to be addressed. Finally, institutional aspects, including decision-making, will be on the agenda. For most member states, enlargement and reform must go hand in hand. Even though I fully agree with Commissioner Várhelyi that the EU is fit for enlargement, the Hungarian presidency accepts this fact and is ready to take this work further. However, it is crucial for us that we maintain the credibility of the enlargement process. Fourth, we will work on the challenges of illegal migration that requires cooperation with all accession countries. The Hungarian presidency will pay particular attention to the external dimension of migration, including efficient cooperation with third countries, more effective returns, and innovative solutions for rules on asylum. In addition, during the follow-up on the implementation of the annual priorities of the Schengen cycle, we intend to highlight the importance of external border protection and the need for EU funds for this purpose. Fifth, we will facilitate discussions on shaping the future of cohesion policy. Cohesion policy is the main investment policy of the European Union. It has proven successful for decades in achieving the objectives enshrined in the treaties. However, as the most recent cohesion report points out, there are still significant development gaps between member states and even within regions, considering that more than a quarter of the EU's population lives in regions not reaching 75% of the Union's average development level. We will also initiate a refocusing of the common agricultural policy as a farmer-centered EU agricultural policy. European farmers provide all EU citizens with basic public goods. Therefore, a long-term guarantee of food sovereignty and food security should be part of the strategic autonomy of the EU. It is essential to view agriculture not as a cause of climate change, but as part of the solution, by engaging farmers in adopting more sustainable production practices. Finally, we will contribute to a discussion on addressing demographic challenges that are also heavily affecting accession countries. These problems have become increasingly important for the competitiveness of the EU. The Hungarian presidency, fully respecting the competencies of member states, wishes to draw attention to these challenges, and the Commission's demographic toolbox, published in October 23, provides a good basis for that. The Hungarian presidency aims to promote the protection of the rights of individuals belonging to national minorities. The presidency will organize discussions on how the European Union can make better use of the available instruments and opportunities within its competencies, for example, in the framework of cooperation with the Council of Europe. The presidency aims to pay particular attention whether the rights of persons belonging to national minorities in the candidate countries are respected and enforced, with the understanding that the enlargement process must contribute substantially to the improvement of the situation of national minorities. The Hungarian presidency will also aim to facilitate the finalization of the Schengen enlargement process, in particular by fostering a consensus in the Council on the lifting of border controls at the internal land borders of Romania and Bulgaria. Dear colleagues, Hungary will work as an honest broker in the spirit of sincere cooperation between member states and institutions for the peace, security and prosperity of a truly strong Europe. I cannot promise you miracles, but I can promise you that we will work for creating the conditions to take steps forward. And in the European Union, this is already a kind of miracle. I thank you for your attention, and I am, of course, at your disposal for questions, comments, and suggestions.
I wish to thank both Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Minister for their speeches. We have registered 35 requests for the floor from delegations. The available speaking time will be 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds. I kindly ask you to stick to this frame. When your time is up, you will know because I will use my bell. After this, the microphone will be automatically switched off in a matter of seconds. Participants are asked to make their interventions from their seat by standing up and by using the small clip mic from your drawer. The mic will only work from your allocated seat, so please make your intervention from there. Do not change the seat, please. There is no need to press any buttons since the mics will activate automatically along the order of speakers, which you can see on the screen. I would further announce that we are now accepting requests for the floor for the urgent debate to be held this afternoon with the chairmanship of Adam Bielan, our Polish colleague from the European Parliament. The registration of requests will be done here at the registration desk. I would kindly ask you to finish your registration by 4 p.m. Following traditions, the first speakers to receive the floor are members of the Presidential Troika. The list of speakers was constructed so that the heads of delegations will be given the first floor based on the order of their registration, and then all other participants in the order they are registered. I will give back the floor to our keynote speakers only at the end, 10 minutes before the closing of this mission, in order for them to react and reflect to what has been said. The list of speakers will then be closed. Dear colleagues, the first speaker is the chairman of the Polish delegation, Andrzej Grzyb. Andrzej, you have the floor.
Can you stay? Okay. Mr. Chairman, Foreign Affairs Committee and Defense Committee, thank you very much for your invitation to the 25th of conference. And the future of integration Europe in the context of the future accession of new countries to the European Union will depend on several key factors that many influence the shape of the EU and the integration process. The future enlargement of the EU to include the Western Balkans countries, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia may increase cultural, economic, and political diversity within the Union. We really strive to continue the EU enlargement process with particular attention to Ukraine's European integration and post-war reconstruction. The EU shall continuously support Ukraine's capacity to fight aggression and rebuild, including through the Ukraine Facility, European Peace Facility, and Ukraine Assistance Fund. Eastern Dimension topics should have a strong presence of the EU Foreign Affairs Council agenda. Promotion of the Eastern Partnership will be a key part of that. We shall keep the dynamics of the EU enlargement process high during the Polish presidency. The EU should be active to maintain the European course of the other candidate countries, especially among concerns about Serbia and Georgia. Really specifically, we aim to close respective negotiation chapters with Montenegro and make tangible process with Albania and North Macedonia. We also want to support the stabilization of situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina and achieve common and EU approach to the Kosovo candidacy. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Very much. Next speaker is Juhász Hajnalka, Hungary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, we would like to warmly welcome in the heart of the nation in the National Assembly of Hungary. Enlargement policy could be one of the most effective EU foreign policy and could be the very successful political agenda. I think that integration cannot be successful without a very successful enlargement policy. Just imagine North Macedonia applied for EU membership in 2004, 3 decades ago. It's also very same with Montenegro in 2008 and Serbia and Albania in 2009. And they stuck in the negotiation process. So we could create a credible, merit-based and balanced enlargement policy. I'm very proud of that Hungary has been and remained a very committed supporter of the enlargement policy. During our first presidency, we supported Croatia in the EU accession, and representing our commitments, we also continue to support the enlargement policy because it has become the priority, one of the priorities of the Hungarian presidency. I think we have a kind of historical moment to help these countries to become the member of the European Union, because I think credibility is at stake. They stuck in the negotiation process for several years, and we should have to help them. Thank you very much indeed, and warmly welcome again.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Bojan Kekec, Slovenia.
Thank you for the floor. At the beginning, I would like to congratulate our colleagues from Hungary on another presidency of the EU Council. As has been said several times in the introduction, the EU is facing important new challenges that will mark our future and the future of the next generations. One of the important goals presented is certainly the further enlargements of the EU. Slovenia strongly supports the further enlargements of the EU in the Western Balkans and also in the eastern part. We have a new geopolitical reality and much more complex challenges than ever. All these countries need to be given all the support they need to join the EU as soon as possible. These processes are taking place too slowly, which is in favor of the two superpowers on the other side. With these enlargements, the EU will ensure stability and peace. It will also increase its political influence and help establish respect for the rule of law, human rights, and democracy. But we must not forget that political power also depends on a strong defense policy and military capabilities, on which the EU must do much more in the future. It is necessary to realize that what is especially important at this time, where security risks are very high. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Jean-Noël Barrot from France.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Commissaire, Monsieur le Ministre, chers collègues, Monsieur le Président, vous avez évoqué en introduction le rôle de contrôle et de coordination de notre Assemblée. Et de ce point de vue-là, je voudrais déplorer certaines des initiatives qui ont été prises au début de la présidence hongroise de l'Union européenne, avec des visites dans des pays qui sont pour nous des rivaux ou des compétiteurs stratégiques, sans qu'une concertation n'ait pu avoir lieu avec les autres États membres de l'Union européenne. Ceci étant dit, je voudrais saluer le choix qui a été fait par la présidence hongroise de placer l'élargissement au cœur de ses priorités pour ce semestre. Parce qu'effectivement, l'élargissement est un impératif stratégique pour nous. D'abord parce que les pays candidats ont un avenir européen, mais aussi parce qu'il s'agit pour nous d'exporter notre modèle de liberté et de stabilité plutôt que d'importer dans l'Union européenne l'instabilité qui peut exister dans certains de ces pays. Cela suppose de notre part un certain nombre d'efforts pour accompagner les pays candidats sur ce processus exigeant. Et je veux saluer la mise en place du plan de croissance pour les Balkans notamment, qui est une avancée majeure. Cela suppose de la part des pays candidats de rester très attachés à cet effort et en particulier à respecter le principe des mérites propres, parce que si notre Union reste aujourd'hui attractive à l'égard de ces pays candidats, c'est précisément parce qu'elle reste intransigeante sur les questions de respect de la démocratie et de l'état de droit. C'est donc dans cet esprit-là que je souhaite que nous puissions poursuivre et accompagner les pays candidats sur leur chemin vers l'adhésion à l'Union européenne.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Wolfgang Gertschel, Austria.
Vielen Dank. Ich möchte gerne auf die Eröffnungsrede vom ungarischen Kollegen eingehen, der die Familie als etwas Besonderes genannt hat, in der man auch immer wieder streitet. Das geht immer so lange gut, solange man die Familie als etwas Ganzes sieht. Und darauf möchte ich gerne meinen Fokus legen, dass wir uns als Europa immer als Familie, als Ganzes sehen und dass wir immer darauf bedacht sind, diese Familie auch voranzutreiben. Rechtsstaatlichkeit, Menschenrechte, das ist etwas, das Europa ausmacht. Und in dem Sinne, glaube ich, müssen wir unsere Autarkie auch entsprechend stärken. Wir müssen unsere Erweiterung vorantreiben und wir müssen natürlich auch unsere Sicherheit stärken, um den Bedrohungen, die wir von außerhalb Europas, insbesondere aufgrund des russischen Angriffskrieges in der Ukraine ausgesetzt sind. In dem Sinne möchte ich mich ganz herzlich bedanken bei der ungarischen Präsidentschaft, dass auch sie stets darauf ausgerichtet ist, Europa voranzutreiben und zu erstarken. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much for your kind words. Next speaker is Andro Krustoljovic Opara from Croatia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Dear colleagues and colleagues, drage kolegice i kolege, nakon ruskog napada na Ukrajinu, sigurnosna slika u Europi se promijenila, pa tako i pogled na proširenje. Potpuno je jasno da destabilizacija Zapadnog Balkana koja je u interesu Rusiji da bi skrenula pozornost sa agresije na Ukrajinu se provodi na Balkanu preko njihovih proksija. Nažalost, u tome je vrlo uspješna Republika Srbija kojoj mi dan danas gledamo kroz prste, makar nije uvela sankcije protiv Rusije. To nikako nije dobro. Za nas je posebno važno da su otvoreni i pristupni pregovori sa Bosnom i Hercegovinom, jer je ona sastavljena od 3 konstitutivna naroda, među kojima je i hrvatski narod. I to je isto tako za naglasiti. Regionalna suradnja i dobrosusjedski odnosi su u temelju kriterija za pristup i to je uistinu ključni faktor. Mi pozivamo i Srbiju i Crnu Goru da se tome pristupi. Postoje, dakle, mi shvaćamo da u Crnoj Gori postoje naši prijatelji proevropske stranke koje žele dobrosusjedske odnose i moramo ih ohrabriti kako bi ubrzali njihov ulazak u Europsku uniju. Zapravo, snaga Europe je da sve te zemlje, uključujući Moldovu i Gruziju, uđu u Europsku uniju jer je to jedino jamstvo za mir u budućnosti. Hvala vam lijepo.
Thank you very much, colleague. Next speaker is Giedrius Surplis from Lithuania.
Dear colleagues, first of all, thank you to Hungary for this wonderful experience here in your marvelous historical Houses of Parliament. This year, Lithuania celebrates its 20th year of the EU membership. Yes, we do celebrate it because our economy has grown 5 times since 2004. We are free to travel, we are free to do business all over Europe, just like most of you here in this room. Therefore, we are fully convinced that the EU enlargement is the best booster for stability and prosperity in our continent. The project Europe, however, will never be complete without Ukraine, Moldova, Balkan countries, and Georgia. It's been more than 10 years that Ukraine is now paying by its blood for the Copenhagen criteria. Hence, we are committed to Ukraine's success, all of us are. Ukraine's and Moldova's advancement is a strong message to all EU aspirants. Enlargement is a merit-based process, focusing on the rule of law, democracy, human rights. Doing homework is key to success. It was the key to success to Lithuania too. In this regard, I would like to express that I feel heartbreaking for the situation in Georgia now, a country that is very much respected by all of us and loved by all of us, but it has been a European integration champion for decades, and now it seems to have lost its way. As European Council stated in June, the current situation in Georgia jeopardizes her EU integration path. So please, Georgia, listen to all of us and believe that we have a commitment to you, not to lose the European dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Haris Georgiades from Cyprus.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, the joint statement of the co-chairs describes enlargement as a geostrategic investment in peace, democracy, and economic prosperity. What an excellent description of this process which has brought us this far. And let me express my full support to the accession prospects of the countries of the Western Balkans and of our eastern neighbors. And what an accomplishment it would be if Turkey also genuinely shared this vision of peace and democracy. But when we read in the latest European Commission report on Turkey of democratic backsliding, serious backsliding in civil society, deterioration of human and fundamental rights, the Turkish foreign policy is at odds with our CFSP, that Turkey refrained from aligning itself with EU sanctions on Ukraine, against Russia, that Turkey refrained from condemning Hamas, that Turkey continues to refuse to recognize Cyprus, we cannot be optimistic. The minister said that we should maintain the credibility of the accession process. The commissioner spoke of a merit-based approach. And this is exactly how we should maintain the enlargement process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Nicolas Pascal de la Parte from the European Parliament.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Only to say that enlargement priority is enlargement is a priority for the European Union Commission and for the European Parliament as well, out of 3 reasons: for practical reasons, historical reasons, and strategic reasons. Strategic reasons because we are going to make an enlargement in a very particular environment where it's a conflict in the heart of Europe. There's a war at the heart of Europe that demands from us a lot of political generosity in order to bring in all our candidate countries. The second consideration is that our enlargement policy is the first instrument, the first tool of our CSDP policy, because we export stability, democracy. We accompany the candidate countries in the reform of the political systems and the economic systems so that they can join in later on. And the third, out of practical reasons, I mean, when we talk about enlargement, it is a two-way road. The candidate countries have to apply by the Copenhagen criteria, the same criteria to all the candidates without exception, but it's also a challenge for us, the members of the European Union, because we have to make our homework concerning the institutional provisions and the financial provisions. Institutional provisions, we have to make sure that we pass from unanimity to qualified majority in some sectors, and also to think if every country has to have a commissioner, because we'll have a college of commissioners over 30 members. And the financial provisions means that we have to beef up our cohesion fund and the common agricultural policy so that with the present provisions it's not possible the enlargement. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Marina Ragush from Serbia. Is she around? I got news that she might be ill, and for that reason she would not be with us. Then the next speaker is Maka Bochoroshvili from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. Dear colleagues, in this increasingly complex geopolitical context, the strategic importance of the European enlargement is undeniable. We need a fair and result-oriented enlargement process to succeed. Last year, the European Union granted candidate status to Georgia, the most vulnerable country in Europe, with the firmest European aspirations and commitments. We know very well the taste of Russian aggression. We have experienced how challenging it is to transform a country without any security guarantees while facing continuous Russian military presence in occupied regions. Nevertheless, we managed to achieve significant and undeniable progress and turned Georgia into an attractive place with great possibilities to contribute to a better European future. However, the delay in starting accession negotiations with Georgia could jeopardize this progress and can be used as destabilizing instrument, like 2 years ago when Georgia was refused candidate status based on ungrounded perceptions, unlike Ukraine and Moldova. Strengthening Georgia's path towards accession is an investment in Europe's security, stability, and prosperity. Therefore, it is essential that the EU recognizes Georgia's commitment and achievements by initiating accession talks without further delay. And finally, I would like to use this opportunity and thank Commissioner Várhelyi for his important and excellent work as an enlargement commissioner in these turbulent and historic times. A new European Commission will be formed soon, and its leadership in these coming years will be decisive for the future of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Maka. Next speaker is Hulusi Akar from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are witnessing multiple challenges, conflicts, and wars. The Russian war against Ukraine and Israel's ongoing massacre against Palestinian people are among the most pressing of these developments. All these have necessarily given a new impetus to the EU enlargement and accession process. In this regard, the enlargement is not just a technical term, but one of the EU's most effective foreign policy tools. It is an instrument to respond to geopolitical challenges, contributing to steps toward making the EU a robust and a resilient geopolitical power. It's also a process and an opportunity for the Union to develop strategic autonomy and to achieve long-term security and stability in the region. The EU must equally encourage all candidates. The merit-based process must not be overshadowed by prejudices driven by shallow and partial short-term interests. Individual or unilateral vetoes or political blockage must be prevented. No doubt that Turkey is one of the key actors for a geopolitically stronger union. As full EU membership remains Turkey's strategic goal, the EU's unfair treatment and the lack of strategic vision has become frustrating. The measures adopted by the Council against Turkey in 2019 remain a political blockage in terms of Turkey's accession process. So far, the EU has not taken concrete steps to fulfill its commitments and to eliminate obstacles in our bilateral relations. Despite our frustration, we remain committed to the accession process and look forward to having a roadmap to move our relations forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ina Kozeru from Moldova.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to thank all the European partners for supporting Moldova and for opening the negotiations with the EU. So in order to contribute to peace and security, enlargement is key and should be supported and successfully implemented. Please support Ukraine to win a brutal war against Ukraine started by Russian Federation in 2022. This means peace in Moldova and in Europe. Communication is really key to understand the reality. In 2022, I assisted many Ukrainian women and children in refugee camps who were running from war, and it was for several months. This July, to understand the reality, I visited colleagues from Rada and spent 2 nights with rocket alarms. This is how Ukraine sleeps for 2.5 years already. This is why healthy communication is of utmost importance. Toxic communication of the hybrid war poisons the Moldovan society, and we communicate directly to the people the role of EU integration, and that it is directly connected to security in the whole Europe. And in October, we will hold the referendum on EU integration together with the presidential elections. Funds are also crucial to continue build resilience of Moldova, which is strongly affected by multiple crises, but also show to the people what the real European quality of life means. So let us continue to stay united and work together to defeat darkness and make Europe stronger again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is the message. Next speaker is Inara Murniece from Latvia.
Dear colleagues, Mr. Nemets, many thanks for organizing and hosting this conference. We are building our common Europe first and foremost on a strong fundament of values like democracy, the rule of law, respect to human rights, etc., as well as a rules-based international order. Today it becomes even more important as we face serious deterioration of international security situation caused by Russia's war in Ukraine. And the picture is very clear. Russia is perpetrator, Ukraine a victim. Parliamentarians of many EU countries echoed assessment that Prime Minister Orban's visit to Russia to shake hands with bloody dictator Putin contradicts principle of respect to rules-based international order, as well as undermines our mutual trust. Any attempts to blur the real picture, to equate aggressor with victim by means of ill-guided peace mission are not acceptable. Where does it leave us, the EU, regarding enlargement, with some noticeable splits between current EU member states? Commitment to uphold the EU values must be a precondition to join the EU for any of the candidate countries. Regarding Ukraine and Moldova, it is clearly the choice of societies and political circles of those countries to uphold the EU values, and we must go further with assistance in reform process. At the same time, there are serious concerns on democratic backsliding in Georgia. A clear and strong public messaging is needed that current trajectory is not compatible with Georgia's EU candidate country status. I urge all parliaments to send delegations to participate in election monitoring process in Georgia. Western Balkan EU membership efforts should succeed.
Sorry, you have to finish. Next speaker is Glenn Bedingfield from Malta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When debating enlargement, we all ought to pose one question. What Europe do we want in 30 years' time from now or 20 years' time from now? And this, I try to reply to that question myself by stating that our future lies in a stronger European Union that remains inclusive, resilient, and adaptable to the global challenges. For Malta, the EU must continue to evolve as a community built on solidarity, democracy, and respect for sovereignty first and foremost. When it comes to countries aspiring to join the Union, Malta believes enlargement should be merit-based, also strategic and pragmatic. We support the accession of nations that share our values and meet the necessary criteria, recognizing that each enlargement brings new opportunities for peace, stability, and economic growth. However, reforms and the rule of law must remain a priority to ensure that the Union's integrity is upheld. As a small state, we advocate for collaboration in reinforcing Europe's ability to respond swiftly and effectively to the emerging challenges of enlargement, while safeguarding the interests of all member states, whether they are large or small. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Charlie Flanagan from Ireland.
Chairman, Ireland is a strong supporter of EU enlargement. Indeed, over 50 years of EU membership has transformed our economy, our society, has increased our global influence, and we believe that every European country deserves the same opportunity, provided, of course, that they meet the necessary criteria. We recognise that some candidate countries have already made significant and difficult reforms. These, of course, should be rewarded, and they should be encouraged to do more. We welcome, therefore, EU initiatives such as the new growth plan for the Western Balkans, aims to bring candidate countries closer to the European Union ahead of their membership. The Irish government decision to open new resident embassies in Belgrade, in Sarajevo, in Chisinau, plus the setting up of a new enlargement and European Fundamental Values Fund are concrete ways in which we are demonstrating our commitment to enlargement. The unacceptable and horrific war of aggression perpetrated by Russia against Ukraine does indeed represent an existential threat to Europe, and in particular the Eastern Trio. We consider EU membership to be the ultimate security guarantee that we can offer, not just to Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia, but also to the countries, our colleagues in the Western Balkans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Arbareshe Krizu Hiseni from Kosovo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kosovo formally submitted its application for EU membership in December 2022, marking a historic milestone of our country. This is a step forward, demonstrating Kosovo's determination to be part of the European family. During the last 3 years, Kosovo has made a huge progress regarding reforms in internal issues. The fight against crime and corruption, it was the main issue our institutions dealt with, and according to the Transparency International Index, we are ranked 20 places higher. Kosovo's journey is not without its unique challenges. The non-recognition of our independence by 5 EU member states presents an obstacle, but we remain committed to resolving these issues through dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia. As you might know, we have accepted the basic agreement reached in Ohrid and the action plan reached in Brussels. We are ready to sign it and fully implement it. But there is Serbia that they did not accept it. They violate it, they don't want to sign it, and in December last year, they decided to resign from it. Practically, we are unclear if they still remain in the dialogue facilitated by the European Union or are signing new agreement to align their foreign policy with Russia. In looking towards the future, the enlargement of the EU is not just about bringing new countries into the fold. It is about ensuring that Europe remains a beacon of stability, democracy, and peace in an increasingly violated world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Predrag Bakovic from Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the floor. Dear Commissioner for Neighbourhood and Enlargement, compliments on your work during past mandate, which was turbulent but yet important steps were taken. In my view, EU has strengthened its position and as influential global actor. Due to changes geostrategical circumstances, I strongly believe that could be achieved along with the enlargement process, which has to remain high on the EU agenda. Slovenia has been pointing out of the importance of the credible enlargement process for a long time now. The fact is that the speed of this process is not satisfactory neither for the candidate countries nor for the EU. Regarding that, what, on your opinion, esteemed Commissioner, should be improved? Should the methodology be adjusted, or the additional significant help should be offered to the candidate countries, as it was in case of Ukraine, or in order to implement the roadmap for deep reforms in the areas of democracy and functionality, the role of law, fundamental rights, and public administration reform? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is César Sánchez, España.
Gracias, señor presidente. Debemos atender las prioridades fijadas en la Agenda Estratégica 2024-2029. Entre ellas, reforzar nuestra resiliencia democrática, continuar apoyando a Ucrania y mejorar la competitividad de Europa. Sin embargo, no podemos olvidar que van a seguir ocurriendo sucesos externos que van a condicionar muchos de los objetivos que hoy nos estamos marcando aquí y para los que tenemos que estar preparados. Los europeos hemos tenido que hacer frente a una pandemia, a una guerra en Ucrania, a una crisis en Oriente Medio, sucesos que nos recuerdan que el orden internacional basado en reglas está siendo permanentemente amenazado por aquellos regímenes autoritarios que no comparten los valores occidentales. Debemos afrontar los retos, por tanto, con valentía, y el punto más visible a nivel europeo en estos momentos es la migración. El cambio climático, la crisis alimentaria y los golpes de Estado en África que están provocando que muchos africanos decidan emigrar a Europa. Problemas a los que tenemos que hacer frente entre todos. El futuro de Europa está íntimamente ligado a la seguridad, nuestra y de nuestros vecinos. Por tanto, la ampliación de la Unión Europea significa también defender los valores europeos y fortalecer la seguridad de la Unión Europea. Vamos a seguir reivindicando nuestro inquebrantable apoyo a Ucrania en su legítima aspiración de adhesión a la Unión Europea, porque Europa seguirá siendo fuerte de la mano de aquellos que defienden los valores occidentales.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Gian Giacomo Calovini, Italy.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I want to say thank you to the Hungarian delegation and to say thank you to this country that we have to remember is a member of our family like every other country in Europe. And about enlargement, I want to give you my point of view and maybe give a question to the speaker if they want. We are living not an easy period. We are living a context of monumental change where the enlargement is probably the only way that we have to follow to build a stronger Europe, able to defend our history, our democracy, our way of life. And obviously my thoughts go to the Ukrainian friend, to the Moldovan friend, Georgian friend, and other countries from Balkan area. But, and it could be this a question, I think it's not easy way to follow. It is essential, of course, pertain to, from the candidate country, profound reforms and the rule of law, but at the same time we can't look arrogant sometimes with other country and don't respect other point of view. We have to remember that Europe was born with respect for the history of a founding nation, and at the same time, I hope that we must continue to do it, to be stronger our value in Europe. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Harald Troch, Austria.
Thank you very much. A big thank you to our Hungarian friends who organized this European conference here in Budapest. And I would like to present my position on peace and security in Europe. As a human rights spokesman in the Austrian Parliament, of course, the right to live is the highest dimension, the highest quality of all of human rights. The right to live and not the right to die. In this context, I would like to argue about the Ukrainian war. Of course, Austria supports the Ukraine. Nevertheless, war always demands an exit strategy. What I miss here is that we talk about an exit strategy. I think sending weapons is okay, but sending weapons is not the exit strategy. So we need dialogue. We need dialogue. We need to speak to each other. In this context, I welcome every diplomatic activity to talk about the situation. About the EU enlargement, of course, we fully support the enlargement, especially on the Western Balkans. Some of the countries there have been kept in the waiting room for a too long time. What I miss is that we also should talk not only about Ukraine, but we also should talk about the Mediterranean conflicts, the situation in the Mediterranean and the Middle East. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Dimitrios Kairidis from Hellas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Greek delegation, allow me to express our delight to be in this most beautiful of European capitals, Budapest. Having said that, allow me also to fully endorse the criticism of our esteemed French colleague in regards to the need of having more coordination of our policies and not undermine our unity in order to be effective. And obviously, my esteemed and dear colleague and friend from Cyprus, Charis Georgiadis, in what he has said about Turkey. Now, we have heard very many good words and encouraging words, but the fact of the matter is that the last enlargement, the last accession happened 11 years ago. And we have never had such a long period of time since the first enlargement in 1973, passing without a single accession. And not only that, we had the departure of our second biggest member, a true European and British tragedy, the departure of the UK in these 11 years. So we need to do more. Greece is very much in favor of enlargement, especially the accession of the Western Balkans that has been delayed for too long on the basis of respecting, full respect of the European acquis, national sovereignty, rule of law, and the respect of the rights of minorities, and what we have agreed with North Macedonia or Albania. In regards to Ukraine, we will have the ability, the time to speak more in the other sessions. We have a lot to say about that for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have the opportunity. Next speaker is Carlos Reis from Portugal.
The lessons for our shared history tell us that we can only live in peace with values of unity, democracy, and cooperation. This has been the success of the European project. We have grown together. That is why we must continue to write our common future with a more developed and stronger Europe behind its current borders. The countries that wish to join to Europe, the European Union, such as Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and the candidate countries from the Western Balkans, see accession as an opportunity for economic development, democratic strengthening, and access to a vast common market. We do not have the right to close the doors on them. This is natural expansion should not seen by us as a threat, but as a great opportunity. The future of Europe will be stronger as we welcome new members with the same ambition for peace, prosperity, and democracy that has united us from the very beginning. Therefore, is our understanding that it's truly essential to give top priority to member states, member candidates, especially Ukraine, to accession to the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Dimitrios Mantsos from Greece.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For more than 20 years now, Greece has been a strong and adamant supporter of the enlargement process of the European Union regarding the West Balkans, but also the countries of our eastern neighborhood. In our view, we truly believe that the enlargement process should be a deeply merit-based process, as the Commissioner stated, rewarding every progress made by the candidate member states, but also identifying every failure to meet the preset and stable criteria. Progress in the fields of the rule of law, the independence of the judiciary, and the respect of human rights, minorities' rights, is crucial for the assessment of the candidate member states. We have recently seen worrying incidents in Albania in relation to the fundamental rights of national minorities there that cannot be tolerated. At the same time, in North Macedonia, after the political change there, we see a serious danger of the country sliding back to its nationalist past, undermining its European prospect. We would like to reiterate that the respect of international agreements resolving all disputes should be bilaterally respected and upheld. The same applies in Turkey as well, where there are serious reasons to worry about backsliding in democratic values, and of course the serious violations of the international law in the Aegean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we should broaden our family by ensuring that our common values are deeply and honestly shared by all member states. This is the only way forward towards a stronger, more coherent and resilient European Union in the face of all geopolitical challenges, present and futures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Valdas Rakutis, Lithuania.
Speaker, thank you very much. I will concentrate on West Balkan questions. My colleague talked about Ukraine. Lithuania is very interested support process of developing European Union in West Balkans. It's not maybe typically from a stereotype, but really we observe this region and invite a lot of guests from this region. I have to say that we have to do something, and in short time, especially with North Macedonia, especially with Montenegro, because we are losing numbers of supporters. Definitely, last 5 years, it's fell down. And also in Serbia. So we have to be more active, more effective, and if we have problems like Greece and other, we have to have international meetings for such questions and go together, because if we wait 20 years more, we will lose all this region at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Loïc Hervé, France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues. Nous vivons une situation historique que le Premier ministre de la Hongrie a récemment qualifiée de changement de système mondial. Dans ce contexte, la France défend depuis longtemps une autonomie stratégique européenne. La logique géopolitique était naguère celle de l'horizon assez lointain d'un processus d'élargissement, d'une réforme institutionnelle et d'un transfert de compétences. Or, cette logique est devenue, depuis 2022, le moteur de notre Union. Cette logique devrait aussi nous conduire bientôt à plus de 30 membres. L'opposition parfois tracée entre l'axe historique entre Paris et Berlin et un nouvel axe plus oriental soutenu par les États-Unis devra alors être nuancée, car une union aussi hétérogène exigera le concert de toutes ses compétences, de toutes ses composantes. Les chantiers institutionnels qui nous attendent sont majeurs. De nombreuses règles sont à revoir, elles sont budgétaires, elles sont de fonctionnement, mais elles sont aussi les règles d'adhésion elles-mêmes, car la lenteur du processus d'élargissement discrédite notre action. Plus que jamais donc, il faut penser ensemble et préalablement élargissement, réforme institutionnelle et approfondissement. Le temps presse, L'Union européenne ne peut plus être celle que nous avons connue. Pour être autonome, elle devra être plus efficace, plus inclusive et mieux assurée d'elle-même. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Baroness Ashton.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here and to be with colleagues from parliaments across the European Union. I stand here not just as a representative of the UK, but of course as the former First High Representative for Foreign and Security Policy. Nothing, therefore, could be dearer to me than the debates we will be having today. I want to say to the Foreign Minister of Hungary, I agreed completely with him that Europe is not complete without taking in the Western Balkans and the countries of the region. You only have to fly in a helicopter over Europe to see how important that is. And for me personally, having worked for a long time on the issues of deep concern in the Western Balkans, it would give me enormous pleasure to see that happen. As the Commissioner himself said, we have to not talk about if, but when, and actually see this come to fruition. But you parliamentarians matter so much. It's so important that national parliaments take forward this agenda and push governments into ensuring that this happens. In that, the European Parliament, under the leadership of David McAllister, is so important to being able to ensure that it happens. You are the democratic framework. You really do matter. So thank you for all you do, and please continue on this important issue.
Thank you, Baroness, and we are very honored that you are here, and we need Britain. And this is one of the frameworks Britain is still in, also in the Council of Europe and some other frameworks in Europe, but we are very glad you are with us. And I would like to underline that we listen to you as a High Representative as well, because at that time we had the High Representatives coming to the CFSP. I hope that will be the future exercise as well. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, the next speaker is Marina Pendes, Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, I am thankful to our Hungarian host for the warm hospitality and possibility to participate on this very important conference on foreign and security policy of European Union, but for all of us. Peace, stability, and security are our common interests and priorities, no matter we are from the EU countries or not. Peace, stability, and security in Southeast Europe guarantee security inside the European Union. That is why I would like, on behalf of our delegation, to thank every representative of EU countries for recognizing the credible efforts that BiH has made and for adopting the decision on the opening negotiation process for accession with Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are especially thankful for Mr. Varhelyi. Security challenges that facing EU are the same we are in BiH are facing migrant crisis, war in Ukraine, and consequences we see through energy crisis, organized crime, cyber threats, and negative influence from the East and Middle East, conflict on the Middle East. For all of this, we need common response, which must be recognized through defense and security, but also foreign policy. It is very important to present the Southeast Europe through political, defense, and economical cooperation. If EU would not be present, you give space for negative influence from East and Middle East. That is very important, and I call all of you, EU countries, to start negotiation process for peace in Ukraine, because war in Ukraine is war in European. Thank you.
Next speaker is Yevroshima Pejovic from Montenegro.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, Montenegro's main strategic priority is full integration into the European Union. The desire for European membership is not just a political agenda, it's a national consensus. Of 80% of Montenegrin public backs EU membership. In addition to that, Montenegro's foreign policy is fully aligned with the European Union 100% without exception. Our stand on critical international issues, including the Russia-Ukraine war, mirrors that of the European Union. This war, which has profound strategic ramification for Europe and beyond, highlights the urgency of strengthening our collaboration, collective security, and political cohesion. Finally, EU enlargement should be based on merit, not delayed by the readiness of others. Montenegro has made substantial progress in reforms leading up to European integration. Waiting for all Western Balkans countries to be ready simultaneously will stagnate reform momentum. Instead, a merit-based accession process will sustain and accelerate reform, proving both for our citizens and Eurosceptics that European integration is a tangible goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two more speakers, colleagues, and then we give back the floor to our key speakers. Gerard Crafwell, Ireland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't wish to throw cold water on the expansion discussion there has been here today, but it's an economic fact that expansion leads to diminishing marginal returns. So as we move forward and expand Europe, we must do it with great care. Ireland, as my chairman has said, has huge benefits as a result of being members of the European Union. Our children particularly have benefited from European membership. And we've got to protect that and make sure, as we go forward, any country seeking accession must meet all of the criteria all of the time. There is no room for compromise. There is no room for emotion as we move forward. We must move forward, proud Europeans, and welcome in those who are willing to meet our standards. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker is Mr. Gilles Baum from Luxembourg.
Good morning, colleagues. Coming back to my intervention in Bruges in March, where we met, where I stated that the integration of the Balkan countries could and would bring peace into the region, I'd like to talk about countries that seem to have been forgotten in the last years. I'm talking about Černá Gora, Montenegro, Macedonia, and also Albania. Montenegro has roughly the same population as Luxembourg, which is not very much, and North Macedonia has 3 times more. So the growth of population cannot be an argument to slow down the integration progress. North Macedonia emerged from the Yugoslav breakup in '91 and started talks with the EU in 2007 with no results so far. Last elections in May made it clear that a more Eurosceptic party could win and won in that country. Approval rate to membership in the EU dropped from 90% in 2007 to 62% this year. North Macedonia had to change its name, its flag, and now it should change the constitution, although the rights of all minorities are guaranteed in the constitution. So, colleagues, let us not be blind and let us not be dumb. Russia and China are present in the Balkans, and they are trying to gain influence. People in the Balkans are getting tired of waiting, and they are losing faith in the EU. So the question is easy. Are we willing to accelerate talks with the small countries in the Balkans, with all the countries in the Balkans, which belong to the European family, or are we willing to let them become satellites of Moscow and Beijing? So I'm telling you, we need to hurry up.
Thank you very much. So this is the menu, Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Minister. We look forward to your answers in 10 minutes each. First, I would like to give the floor to the Commissioner. Mr. Várhelyi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I noted down 4 points from this debate. The first is that we have today all the national parliaments of the member states present with us. And as we know, there is no enlargement without the national parliaments agreeing. They are the sovereign who give its final blessing for the next round of enlargement. And what I heard from each and every single delegation of the national parliaments was that they want enlargement to happen. And I think this is a very important message to understand also for our friends from the candidate countries. The second, which I concluded from this, is that there is a clear commitment on the side of the national parliaments, not only the member states, to deliver enlargement. The second point is that enlargement will have to continue to be a merit-based process. And the closer we get to enlargement, it will have to be even more a merit-based process. This is my second conclusion from the debate. And this also confirms that we were right when we proposed and the Council adopted the new methodology for enlargement, the new methodology which has put the fundamentals front and center of the process, but which has also created the opportunity to create more dynamism in the enlargement process. And together with the growth plan, it means that we can ensure, even in an accelerated enlargement and accession process, that all the criteria will have to be met and will be met when enlargement takes place. The third point I noted down is a full agreement by all of you that enlargement continues to be the strongest tool for Europe in geopolitics. So if Europe wants to be geopolitical and Europe wants to shape the geopolitics around it and on its own continent, it has to use this tool. It means, and I'm quoting many of you, that enlargement can bring peace, security, prosperity in the long term, also for the EU. And last, also as a reply to a question from our Slovenian colleague, what we need this to happen. First, we need a commission that is an enlargement commission. And I think that once you will see the shape of the next commission in the coming day or two, you will see that this task is going to be a top priority for the next commission. Second, we need the candidate countries to deliver on the criteria, to deliver very early on in the mandate if they want to make use of the next commission as enlargement commission. Practically, in the first 2-3 years, all work will have to be done and completed, because it means that you can deliver your readiness to join the European Union yourself, because all the tools are there for you. With the new methodology, with the growth plan, with the economic and investment plan, with the Ukraine facility, everything is at your disposal to make enlargement happen to yourselves. And finally, as we are approaching also the end of this multi-annual financial framework, we will need a new MFF kicking in from 2027, which is a very convenient timing also for enlargement, to reflect enlargement, meaning that it should be capable of catering for new members. So thank you very much again, honorable members, for the opportunity, but these are the conclusions I drew from the questions and the comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and probably this is the right moment to express on our side our gratitude for your work, because in the past years you have been able to make enlargement and neighborhood policy a visible policy of the European Union, and you personally have played an extremely important role, and that's why it is not an accident that all the enlargement countries in this room expressed their gratitude to you personally. We can just hope that enlargement will have such a commissioner in the future as well. Thank you very much for your work. And now I would like to give the floor to János Bóka, the Hungarian Minister for Europe. You have the floor, Mr. Minister.
Dear Chair, dear members, I first would like to thank you for the very colorful, frank and open but also serious discussion on matters that some of them belongs to the remit of the European Union and also to my portfolio. I would like to make a few points inspired by the discussion and also to reflect and react on some of the points you have made. First of all, I thank all those who supported the priorities of the Hungarian presidency, some in broad terms and some in very specific initiatives and proposals. I must say that the preparation of the program of the Hungarian presidency has been done in the framework of the trio presidency program that we have drawn up together with Spain and Belgium. And I also take this opportunity to thank our trio partners, Spain and Belgium, and also the parliaments of these countries that worked with us very closely. I also thank all those stakeholders who participated in the preparation of the presidency program. The preparation process has been unique in the sense that we did more than 250 consultations in the run-up of publishing this presidency program, and I think this is unprecedented in the history of presidencies of the Council. And I do believe that we can say with confidence that this presidency program is consensual in the sense that all member states agree that the challenges highlighted and the priorities addressed in this presidency program are shared by all member states in the European Union. I also agree with those who said that being a member state of the European Union means belonging to a family which is based on shared values and principles, and I fully subscribe to this position. These shared values and principles also including rule of law and democracy. When it comes to our presidency priorities, I would like to highlight once again that our presidency is committed to continuing the rule of law dialogue, now also with the participation of the most advanced accession countries. And I am also happy to report to you that last week we had the informal meeting of the General Affairs Council here in Budapest, Monday and Tuesday. And one of the issues discussed during this informal General Affairs Council meeting was how to integrate rule of law in the framework of advancing the competitiveness of the European Union. All member states and participants agreed that rule of law is also an issue for competitiveness because a stable, foreseeable and reliable legal environment and also its enforcement is crucial for a competitive business environment. We also discussed how the EU regulation could be made better, how better regulation, better legislation could support this process, including through impact assessment and stakeholders consultations. And we agreed that since these are also part and parcel of the rule of law review cycle, where national assemblies are also looked at from this point of view, this might be something that we could also look at the workings of the EU institutions. When it comes to democracy, I fully share the view expressed that the integrity of the election processes in the European Union must be maintained, and here all malicious foreign interference must be identified, prevented and addressed, and I must add, no matter where this interference comes from, and no matter how sophisticated form this interference might take. I believe that member states must be free to take steps to safeguard the integrity of the election process, and I also believe that this is something that could be complemented from actions on the level of the European Union. On enlargement, I also would like to make a few points. One is we must differentiate between a general sympathy for accession countries and political support for enlargement. I think we must work very hard, just like the Commission mentioned, to turn this general sympathy into political support, ownership and engagement, also on behalf of European institutions and member states. Therefore, the Hungarian presidency supports all initiatives that would enhance ownership and engagement in the enlargement process, and we will be very cautious against everything that could present another obstacle in the process and could be interpreted as such by the accession countries. I also believe that this process should be based on mutual respect. I also believe that enlargement is a geopolitical investment, and I also believe that this investment benefits the European Union as a whole. So it should not be looked at as a sacrifice that the European Union makes for the sake of geopolitical stability. This is a mutually beneficial process that could serve as an engine of growth for the European Union, that could provide added value for connectivity, that could provide us access to raw materials, and so on. I could go on. But of course, the fact that geopolitical investment is enlargement, this should not undermine the credibility of the enlargement as a merit-based process. On behalf of the presidency, I can say that it is clear that there are political difficulties, even blocks in this process, some of them bilateral, and of course the Hungarian presidency stands ready to work to facilitate the resolution of these blocks if and when our engagement can be productive. Finally, I would like to address some of the remarks, positive and negative as well, related to the Hungarian Prime Minister's bilateral visit at the beginning of the Hungarian presidency. Like I said, in the spirit of frank and open discussion, I would not shy away from this issue, submitting that some of you might not agree with what I will say, and some of you might not even like what I will say, but I think I have the moral and political obligation to say this nevertheless. First and foremost, I think we should be clear about the moral fundamentals, and I think moral fundamentals here are double. First, it is clear, obvious, and undisputed that there is a country which is the aggressor country, and there is a country which has suffered aggression by this country against international law and international legal principles, and this country has the right to protect itself, restore the sovereignty and international law. This is one leg of the moral considerations. The other leg of the moral consideration is that loss of human life is a wrong in itself, and everybody who has political or administrative power and authority must do whatever he or she can in order to stop the loss of life. So these are the two moral considerations. And I think we are all politicians in this room, and the job of the politicians does not end where moral principles and moral groundwork has been done. The role of the politicians starts here. And I think that the Prime Minister's visit to Kiev, Moscow, Beijing, and to the United States in the framework of this bilateral visit falls into this framework. The idea behind these visits was to see whether there is willingness among the warring parties for an immediate ceasefire that could be the basis of negotiations that could in the end result in just and sustainable peace. The outcome of this discussion that none of the warring parties is ready to do so, and both of the warring parties consider that the continuation of the war is in its interests. Both of the warring parties considered that their political interests are best served by continuing the war and the military conflict. Then the second objective of the visit of the Prime Minister was to see whether there is willingness among international stakeholders who have an impact on this process, including China and the United States, to play a proactive role in a process that could lead to ceasefire and a meaningful and just negotiation for a sustainable peace. It is also a question whether the European Union should play an autonomous and active role in the process. We are convinced that it should, and we believe that this is only possible if the European Union acts in a strategically autonomous way. The European Union can only act in a strategically autonomous way if it maintains channels of communications to all parties in the conflict, including those international stakeholders who have an impact on the outcome of the event. This was the outcome of these discussions, and the Prime Minister, also with the view that Hungary holds the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union, informed its colleagues in the European Council about the objectives and the outcome of these discussions. This information served the purpose to be channeled into the discussions that we already have within the European institutions with a view to form a European strategy related to this conflict. I believe that these discussions are necessary, and I believe that the fact that we share the same values and principles and we belong to the same European family will facilitate this process while preserving and maintaining the unity of the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. I had some doubts before we started this discussion that we can manage in the time frame this discussion, but I am very grateful to everybody because you have been very cooperative to be able to have a successful discussion, and I hope that after listening to our Commissioner and our Minister that you understand that it was worth coming to Budapest because it was a decision for some of you which had to be done. I hereby declare our first session closed. I would kindly remind you that the family photo will take place now, so I invite all my colleagues and our keynote speakers to proceed together to the grand staircase by walking through the Dome Hall on this main corridor across me towards the Dome Hall where the crown jewels are displayed. The family photo will be taken on the grand staircase. After the photo, all participants are invited to the buffet lunch in the Hunters and Gobelin halls. These two elaborate halls are accessible also through the Dome Hall. The next session will start at 2 p.m. in this very room. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, if I may ask you now to please be seated. It is 2 o'clock, and I would suggest that we start on time. So, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second session. I am glad to welcome you now for an exchange of views with Simon Mordew, the Deputy Secretary General of the European External Action Service. Many of you will know Simon Mordew from his previous capacities. A warm welcome to this IPC conference. Thanks for coming. Unfortunately, Josep Borrell, our High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission, could not be with us today, but he has sent a video message. So without further ado, and to allow a fruitful exchange, I will now let the organizers launch the video message. Please.
Honorable members, a warm greeting to all of you from the Middle East, where I am engaged in this moment. In the coming years, you will have an important role to play from your parliaments to help making Europeans' foreign, security and defense policy, and to make it to fit for the dangerous world we live in. Allow me to share some short reflections with you. 5 years ago, when I took office, I said that Europe must learn to use the language of power. And we have power. We are a superpower, based on our budgets, together with those of the member states. Together, our defense spending is second only to that of the US worldwide, much bigger than the one of Russia, and at more or less the same than China. With the return of dangerous power politics, with the weaponization of all types of interactions, we need much more unity among our member states, much more coherence between our internal and external policies, and much more coordination with our closest partners. In February 2022, the EU was able to respond immediately with unity to Russia's war of aggression and became the Ukraine's biggest supporter, politically, economically, with substantial military assistance. The EU citizens responded with great solidarity, hosting Ukrainian people in their homes, mainly women and children fleeing the war. We enforced the stringent sanctions on Russia. We largely cut out our dependency on fossil fuels, although we can do more here too. And we cleared the path towards Ukraine's European Union membership, a game change. We have increased rapidly our defense budgets, and we are boosting our defense industry. We had to go quicker. Yes, we were, and we still are often too slow to provide Ukraine with essential weapons. And this hesitancy is costing lives. And yes, we have still a long way to go to cooperate more efficiently and accelerate our procurement and to upgrade our defense industry to the level of our needs. However, despite these issues, Europe was without doubt able to speak the language of power in response to Putin's Russia aggression. Sadly, this is not the case in the Middle East. Faced with nearly a year of brutal war in Gaza, with tens of thousands of casualties and the risk of becoming a major regional conflict, EU member states spoke with disunited voices. And this reluctance to cap divisions is making us not very much relevant as a geopolitical actor in this conflict, now and potentially in the future too. In this case, we were only able to provide humanitarian aid and words of concern about a horrific situation happening in our direct neighborhood, 3 hours flight away from Budapest, not so far away. When the European Union has an important untapped leverage that only needs the will of the EU 27 member states to change the course of these events. Therefore, despite our efforts, the risk is high that neither the European Union nor any member state will be able to play a role in advancing a political process towards a two-state solution we all support, or at least we say that we support. We say, yes, this conflict threatens international relevance and our future, both through its consequences within our societies and in our relations with the rest of the world. In particular, it is endangering the global support to Ukraine against Russia's aggression. In today's world, all crises are closely interconnected. Honorable members, we urgently need to improve our capacity to build a common strategic culture and common positions in close coordination with our key international partners on all the main challenges we face, which are quite a lot. And they are becoming worse and more dangerous, so please, let's face them. And you, as members of the parliaments, can play a crucial role. Our capacity to defend our shared values and interests depends on our ability to speak with a united and a strong voice from member states, from European institutions, from all people around Europe that you are representing. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, after this video and following the intervention of the HRVP, I now have the pleasure to give the floor to Simon Murdew for 15 minutes for his remarks, following which we will then have a Q&A session. The floor is yours, dear Simon.
Distinguished members of Parliament, Chair, many thanks to the Hungarian Parliament for organising this conference today in close coordination with the European Parliament and for extending me an invitation to participate. Parliaments are the beating hearts of democracies. We've seen this over and over again in the last 35 years of European history and in the EU integration as well. And I think for that reason alone, a regular dialogue between the European Union institutions and national parliaments is essential. Each plays a distinct and complementary role, and frankly, the sum of the parts is much greater than the elements, and this is what it's all about. Let me pay tribute as well to the vibrant role that national parliaments, together with the European Parliament, play in EU external relations, from the work of the standing parliamentary committees and delegations to the democracy support, including election observation, which many consider to be the gold standard globally of election observation. We currently also have a High Representative Vice President who presided over the European Parliament, and the HRVP designate, Kaja Kallas, herself has also been an MEP. So I'm very confident that the parliamentary dimension of our external relations, which is very present today, will continue and will benefit from this kind of continuous exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in very difficult and challenging times. The international system faces increasing, multifaceted challenges marked by a greater polarization and competition, and coupled at times with a reduced cooperation and weakening rules. And I think the scope of these geographical and geopolitical challenges cannot be overestimated or overstated. Our own European security is under significant strain. We have two wars at our doorstep, Ukraine and the Middle East, and we've got a surrounding arc of instability from places such as Belarus, the Middle East, the Horn of Africa and the Sahel. We have a limitless friendship between Russia and China. We're seeing this reinforced with deepening ties with actors like Iran and North Korea. We have competition between the US and China, with China posing a systemic challenge to the European Union, particularly in the geo-economic arena. We have major US elections approaching, with an uncertain outcome that could reshape global alliances. We have a growing complexity of climate, food and energy crises, the retreat of multilateralism, and the global decline of democracy and human rights, which are further compounding these challenges. We have as well a number of emerging global actors calling for reform of the international rules-based system. And I think this is the backdrop against which the new interinstitutional cycle is beginning, and the backdrop against which the new European Commission is being formed. As we speak, I think the President of the European Commission is putting her final touches to the definition and allocation of portfolios before the hearings in the European Parliament begin next month. One portfolio which we already know is that of the next High Representative Vice President, with Estonia's previous Prime Minister, Kaja Kallas, as HRVP designate. It's important to recall here, also in the presence of the very first EU High Representative, Baroness Ashton, that the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs shapes the standing of the EU on the global stage. They provide the overall steering of the Union's common foreign and security policy, including the common security and defence policy. In their capacity as Vice President of the Commission, they also coordinate and ensure coherence in the internal and external dimensions of EU foreign policies. Just in June, the European Council adopted what is called the strategic agenda of the leaders, and we've obviously got the guidelines of the President of the European Commission. So I think it's fair to say we already know what will be the great chantier ahead. And which are these? And let me pick up on a couple of the points from the discussion this morning. I think this Commission will be marked, probably stronger than any Commission since the time of Romano Prodi, by the great challenge of enlargement. How can we make the EU stronger, more resilient, and more influential, but at the same time making sure that we remain on a merit-based approach and we make both our partner countries enlargement ready, but also the institutions themselves enlargement ready. And make no mistake, enlargement will have an impact on our political, budget and decision making at every level. We need to be strong, we need to be able to act swiftly as needed, and I think we need to anchor once and for all our Western Balkans partners into the European Union and also make swift progress with Ukraine and Moldova, and dependent on the political course which our partners in Georgia decide upon, also with Georgia. If I look beyond enlargement, I think it's fair to say that Ukraine will continue to dominate our strategic agenda. I think it is truly existential that we deliver on this, not only for Ukraine, but also for the European Union. And I personally do not think there can be any question of fatigue or disengagement on our side. This is a battle that Ukraine is also fighting for the values on which our very European Union project is founded. The EU needs, on our own side, to also be able to take on more responsibility and become a more capable and effective security and defence actor. I think much has been done in this mandate to implement what we call the Versailles Declaration and the Strategic Compass, but I think the next period will be very much focused on accelerating our acquisition of defence capabilities, what we can do to further facilitate military mobility and strengthening our EU defence industry. I emphasise this last point because still today, very significant parts of our defence expenditure effectively do not go to the EU defence industrial base. And I think there's a lot we can do here, building on some of our experience in the EPF so far. And we need to try and take forward the defence union, joint procurement, integration, interoperability, together with the new commissioner and their team. In a context of the weaponisation of everything, I think we also have to ensure that the EU security in the broadest sense of the word, from hybrid threats to migration and economic security, looking at our own overdependence on certain suppliers of things such as critical raw materials, is addressed. And this will require from us a new mindset, a new ways of working together, bringing all the different policies together, instruments and competences. I think it will also require strategic thinking and putting EU interest at the core of our policies. I think it's fair to say, if we take a snapshot at the behaviour of some of our partners, a number of our partners around the world are becoming more assertive, more opportunistic, and more transactional. And I think this is a challenge that we have to face. And I think one of the things we've tried over the last few years is to develop a new way of looking at our relations, to be more strategic in our own engagement and put forward a better offer. Comprehensive partnerships, global gateway, which seek to use our development funding to leverage buy-in from the member states, from the international financing institutions, and also for the private sector. But I think it's fair to say we also need to get much better communicating about our offer, communicating about what we do, and fighting disinformation in what is at times effectively a battle of narratives, and where I think many of you as national parliamentarians and European parliamentarians with a direct link to the citizens of the member states and beyond have a clear role to play in helping us with this narrative. I think we will need, therefore, in the next 5 years to develop and strengthen these comprehensive partnerships worldwide. I think one area which will be very important for us is the engagement with the Mediterranean partners. It's not by chance that the President of the European Commission has indicated her intention to designate a specific commissioner for work with the Mediterranean partners who will work hand in hand with the High Representative. But I think the same is true for many other parts of the world. I think we will need to step up our engagement in the Indo-Pacific region. The security of the region is highly relevant for us. I think we have an interest in safeguarding our interests and preventing severe escalations such as in the Taiwan Strait and the China Sea. And I think in the short term, we need to and want to develop also a new strategic EU-India agenda. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we have new actors also here who are attempting to change the regional dynamics and the relationship with the European Union. I think we need to consolidate this key bioregional relationship, building on the excellent outcome of the summit we had with our Latin America and Caribbean partners in 2023 in Brussels, where 60 countries were represented. We will work towards an equally successful summit next year, which is likely to be held in Colombia. And I think we also have work to do towards completing the EU's network of bilateral and regional trade and association agreements. And frankly, this is an area where I think for the next mandate, we need to have a fresh look, not at how we just conduct trade negotiations, but our ability to ensure that the trade agreements that are negotiated can effectively enter into force. I think Africa also remains a key geopolitical priority. As we approach the 2025 African Union-European Union Summit, which is likely to be held in the second half of next year, I think it's imperative that we deliver what we promised at the last summit, not least to be able to showcase the results from the 150 billion euro Global Gateway Africa-Europe investment package on connectivity, digital and energy. But I think we also have to work to cement our leading role as a key partner amid growing global competition on this continent. Many of you will have followed with concern the role of Wagner in the Sahel and the importation of this instability into other parts of the continent, like, for example, drifting down to the Gulf of Guinea. I think it's also important that we continue to try and strengthen our transatlantic unity and reinforce our transatlantic cooperation on shared priorities and global challenges, both with the United States and Canada, while also boosting ties with other like-minded partners globally. And at the same time, I think we also need to work to restore and strengthen the credibility of the multilateral system. Many of our partners complain that the international rules-based order, which we often ask them to follow, and rightly so, is biased, no longer reflects the world of today and needs updating. I think we have work to do to continue to push forward the necessary reforms while accelerating delivery on key commitments such as the Sustainable Development Goals, the reform of the international financial architecture, and finding global responses to climate change. And I fear if we don't, alternatives to the rules-based international order will become increasingly attractive. Many of you will have followed the expansion of the BRICS, for example. I could not speak about all of these challenges and opportunities without also perhaps saying one word on the coordination of the internal and external aspects of EU policies. I do think that for a more stronger, more credible and impactful role on the world stage, we need to address this. And I think the traditional separation that we've often seen between the two dimensions of EU policies is no longer sustainable. And I think here, your role as members of parliaments is paramount to this. I think we need to better address the external aspects of key files, such as, for example, migration. But I think we also have to be able to better anticipate the impact of our internal agenda. I think, to be frank, we have seen the impact of some of our internal policies, such as deforestation, such as forced labour, on our external partners. And I think there is more we could do to look at the external aspects of our internal policy agenda in the better regulation agenda. And I think there's more we can do to look at the way in which our internal legislation affects our external partners from the very beginning. I think we've also got some work to do to handle or deal with what I would describe perhaps as the new frontier items that require the mobilization of a set of policies and instruments that cover both the internal and the external aspect. I'm thinking here of challenges such as artificial intelligence, the digital transition, or economic security. And I think, as you can see, the tasks at hand are many, the tasks at hand are significant, and while the list of priorities gets longer, the resources get scarcer. And I think the main lesson I would draw from this is we need to do more and more together. We need to improve our capacity to act. We need to improve our capacity to act swiftly. And I think at the end it is also true that the EU as a global actor will only ever be as strong as the member states empower it to be. If I could just to close, look one last time ahead to the next mandate. And I think, as the High Representative Borrell said in his video address, a key challenge will be to continue building up the European Union as a truly geopolitical player. I think we have achieved significant progress, but it's a challenge that requires constant care and attention. I think there's a lot of food for thought, there's a lot we can do, and there's a lot of action in all of this. And I hope that the ensuing debate will offer insight and fresh ideas into that. Before, just allow me to thank you all for your long-standing support to the European Union's common foreign security and defence policy. I think in these challenging times, we must remain united and firm alongside our like-minded partners. And we count on you, honourable members of Parliament, to join forces and harness the full potential of the parliamentarian diplomacy, which remains such a powerful vehicle to reach out to the world and help us in building sustainable, future-proof partnerships. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Simon Mordew, for your introductory statement. We will now come to the Q&A session. Just a few words on the choreography. According to preliminary registrations, there are 37 requests for the floor. The speaking time, as in the previous session, is 1 minute and 30 seconds. May I please ask you again to respect this limitation? Participants are kindly asked to intervene from their allocated seats by standing up and by using the miniature clip microphone. The method of the contributions is the same as in the first session, well chaired by Zsolt Nemet. I will now give the floor to the first speaker on our list, Andrzej Grzyb, the head of the delegation of the Polish Sejm. Please, Andrzej.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for our speakers to introduce in this debate. In the area of common foreign and security policy and common defense and security policy of the EU, Poland wants to focus on the following priorities. First, security and resilience. Second, enhancement and transatlantic peace. And third, continuation of the EU enlargement and support for the East. We want to strengthen the resilience of the EU and its neighborhood. Continuing intensive EU military support to Ukraine will be of paramount importance. Essential part of building resilience will be the development of a EU common security and defense policy, including joint response to hybrid threats and interoperability. We will support the development of effective strategic communication and the fight against disinformation on EU level. It is also be important to strengthen the EU energy security, including in cooperation with the Gulf states. We want to promote EU energy diversification through the Global Gateway investment, also linking this project to the reconstruction of Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear Andrzej. Next is from the European Parliament, our colleague Ana Miguel Pedro. Please.
Thank you, dear Chair. The end of the war is unlikely to remove the Russian threat to NATO or to change Russia's overall confrontational stance towards the West. Even if the Russian conventional army is severely damaged and takes years to rebuild and re-equip, the other dimensions of Moscow power's projection, its massive and modern nuclear arsenal and its extensive hybrid warfare and disruption technologies will still be very much in place. So the real policy debate that the transatlantic allies need urgently to have is how do we help defeat the Russian invasion of Ukraine in a manner that puts them in the best position to manage safely the still threatening Russia that will emerge afterwards. Ukraine's recent military advances, including incursions into Russia's Kursk Oblast, should act as a trigger for this crucial discussion. Failure to address these post-war realities now risk undermining the long-term security of Europe and NATO. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. Next speaker is Tineke Huizinga from the Dutch Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Mordieu, for your speech. The delegation of the Dutch Senate was unpleasantly surprised learning about the recent visits of Prime Minister Orban as the acting chair of the EU presidency to the leaders of China, Ukraine and Russia. This morning, the Hungarian Minister of EU Affairs has given his view on this matter, for which we thank him. We would like to know whether Mr. Mordieu and Mr. Borrell agree with his view. In our delegation arose another question. Why did the Prime Minister of Hungary not visit the President of the United States, but instead a presidential candidate? This is difficult for us to understand. What is your view on the fact that his visits have given the impression that he acted on behalf of the EU? We would very much like to know your opinion on this, Mr. Mordieu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Next speaker is Monsieur Jean-Noël Barrot from France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général adjoint et chers collègues. Nous avons de quoi nous satisfaire de voir les progrès réalisés par la politique extérieure de l'Union européenne ces dernières années, avec 14 trains de sanctions qui ont été pris à l'encontre de la Russie à la suite de sa guerre d'agression en Ukraine, et puis des avoirs russes gelés qui vont permettre désormais de soutenir financièrement, comme nous le devons moralement, l'Ukraine dans sa résistance héroïque contre l'envahisseur russe. Dans le cycle institutionnel qui s'ouvre, nous devons évidemment aller beaucoup plus loin, et parmi les points évoqués par le secrétaire général adjoint, je voudrais en relever 3. Le premier, c'est la nécessité de réduire nos dépendances pour avoir une parole plus forte et plus libre. Et c'est le cas notamment dans le domaine de la défense, puisque vous l'avez rappelé, nous dépendons pour nos approvisionnements de manière excessive de pays extra-européens. Le deuxième, c'est de défendre la démocratie contre les ennemis de l'extérieur, qui nous attaquent, qui nous agressent au quotidien dans chacun des 27 États membres de l'Union européenne par des manœuvres de désinformation qui viennent fragiliser la démocratie et le soutien de nos opinions publiques à l'Ukraine. Et puis le troisième, vous l'avez évoqué également, c'est que nous puissions mettre en cohérence nos politiques. La politique commerciale, la politique de l'aide au développement, la politique migratoire, la politique d'élargissement et de voisinage, pour que lorsque l'Union européenne s'exprime vis-à-vis de nos partenaires, elle s'exprime d'une seule voix. Je vous remercie.
Merci bien, chers collègues. Next is Andrew Kristulovic-Opara from Croatia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Širenje nestabilnosti na Zapadnom Balkanu koje je u tijeku i koje je u interesu Rusiji, koje aktivno provodi Srbija, provodeći svoju verziju imperialističkog projekta ruskog svijeta, takozvani srpski svijet, uspješno su proveli u Crnoj Gori, zemlji kandidatkinji i zemlji koja je članica NATO-a. Srbijom vladaju proruski i prosrpski političari. Crnom Gorom vladaju proruski i prosrpski političari. Najvažnije načelo naše zajedničke vanjske i sigurnosne politike je prije svega jednoglasnost i usklađivanje naše politike. Međutim, to nije slučaj po pitanju provođenja sankcija, jer Srbija ne provodi sankcije, ne provodi ni Bjelorusija. Znamo zašto ne provodi Bjelorusija, ali ja postavljam pitanje zašto Srbija ne provodi sankcije. Je li to možda zbog prodaje borbenih zrakoplova NATO-vih zemalja, eksploatacije litija, prodaja nuklearne tehnologije ili nečeg drugog? Mislim da naša zajednička politika mora biti usuglašena i principijelna. U ovome slučaju ona to nije. I upravo zbog toga Hrvatska smatra da je jednoglasnost u odlučivanju ključna sastavnica u budućem djelovanju Europske unije upravo u pitanjima od nacionalnog značaja pojedine zemlje radi ostvarenja njihovih nacionalnih interesa. Hvala vam lijepo.
Hvala, gospodin. Next speaker is Marko Mikkelson from Estonia.
Yes, thank you, dear David. I fully agree with you and Simon with your analysis about what are the main challenges for all of us as the European Union. And I would like to argue that if we would like to make Europe great again, as Scholt arguing, what was most important slogan today, we have to do everything what is possible to do to defeat Russia in their aggression against one European nation who would like to become a member of the European Union. Have we done enough? I argue that since February 22nd, we were together on 24 February 2022 in Paris. And actually, we have done a lot, but we have done not enough, far not enough, to defeat Russia in their aggression. What should be done? Going back to home, each of us should do more to argue with our public to support Ukraine, but also with our governments. But we have to put more efforts in. We have to send more weaponry. We have to take down all limits and restrictions, what Ukrainians can do in their tactical operations in order to win in this war. Because if we want to be successful on a global stage, in the Middle East, in Sahel region, in East Asia, to create position for Europe as a global player, we have to win this war. This is our generational war, and let's do it.
Thank you very much, dear Marko, for your contribution. Next speaker is Liliana Reis from Portugal.
Thank you. European defence has always known by a gap between expectations and capabilities, as Christopher Hill would state in his remarkable article in 1993. Since the joint declaration of Saint-Malo to nowadays, the same concern remain. When will we be able to close the gap? The Russian aggression against Ukraine in the last 2 years has shown that it is no longer possible to continue to turn a blind eye to the need to improve European defence industry, which combines the best research produced by our universities and our industrial sector. Therefore, it is urgent to strengthen the European defence technological and industrial base, as well as the other community mechanisms of the CSDP, in particular, the Instrument Peace Facility and the European Defence Fund. Strategic autonomy cannot be achieved by writing down narratives in strategic documents. It can be achieved by developing and acquiring military capabilities. For us, Europeans, autonomy was never been about competition with our allies or confrontation to our enemies. It's always been about adding value through capabilities to the former and to defend and protect ourselves against the latter. As a member of the Parliament of Portugal, a European, Atlantic, Portuguese-speaking world and Mediterranean states in its geopolitics and culture, we know that the perceptions of threats among member states is not the same. But together, we will have to find the lowest common denominator that makes us safer for our democracy and the rule of law, for our children and grandchildren, for our peace, because there are no values and peace without power.
Thank you very much for your contribution. You just noticed after 2 minutes the microphone switches off. I'm not pressing any button, it's automatically. So I didn't want to be rude, but it's quite a good program because then... So next is from the Greek Parliament, Dimitrios Kairidis.
Well, Mr. Chairman, for us in Greece, things are quite simple. The task ahead should be first and foremost the defeat of aggression. the defeat of Russian aggression. It runs contrary to the European project that is based and promotes rule of law and a rule-based international order, any kind of rewarding of Russia in Ukraine. We in Greece know very well what it means to have an aggressive neighbor, and in Cyprus even more so. And therefore, we have sided with no hesitation on the side of Ukraine as the victim of that aggression. We are in favor of a strong European defense as a country that spends the most in Europe as a percentage of GDP. The more we do together, the better. Complementary and not in opposition or in competition with NATO, especially when NATO cannot or is not willing to act. We might have interesting developments in America in November. I doubt if we are ready for the worst-case scenario here in Europe, for all the talking about strategic autonomy and the rest. The Greek Prime Minister has suggested, together with the Polish counterpart, a common air defense system covering all of Europe. We are also in very much support of defense bonds in order to jointly share the economic burden of our joint defense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Inara Muniece from Latvia.
Dear colleagues, war in Ukraine has highlighted a growing need for the EU countries to play a bigger role in security, advance its resilience and military capabilities. While NATO concentrates on defense, the EU must continue work on military mobility as well as military industry. In this aspect, European defense industry strategy is a big step forward. The new European Commission and its President von der Leyen must ensure there is enough amount of funds to deliver desired outcomes of defense industry strategy and European defense industrial program. Additional financial support is needed. We strongly support an idea of establishing a position of defense commissioner to coordinate EU and NATO efforts, providing defense commissioners close cooperation also with internal market commissioner and the EU external service. It's important to ensure that funds are distributed and military industry grows evenly, coherently in all EU regions, especially where it has been underdeveloped. The main threat for the collective West will remain Russia. Russia's aggressive behavior will not cease itself, and the EU must work on its strategy of containment of Russia. Russia's containment policy will become successful only when the collective West, including the EU, is not dancing according to Putin's music and Putin's red lines, but starts to play its own music and draw its own lines. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker from the Turkish Parliament is Hulusi Akar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The war in Ukraine, Israel's indiscriminate attacks against innocent Palestinian civilians, most of them are children, and other conflicts and the tensions all over the world have direct impacts on the security architecture of Europe. Under these circumstances, it's imperative to create a more resilient and robust European Union in terms of its defense and security structure and capacity. Every party should note that since Turkey is a regional stabilizer and a security provider, dialogue and the cooperation between Turkey and the EU in the field of defense and security policy must be deepened further. This is beneficial to all of us. In this regard, the restrictions on defense cooperation with Turkey must be removed, and Turkey's determined fight against terrorism, which is for the benefit of all, must be supported. The EU must be well prepared to increase its defense spending and to cooperate with all partners and allies, utilizing the already existing potentials, Turkey included. The claims against Turkey regarding the Cyprus issue, the sanctions against Russia, and Turkey's EU membership are entirely baseless. Meanwhile, I would like to remind you that the Greek Cypriot side has been consistently blocking the solution in the island in 2004, as they did the same once again in Crans-Montana in 2017 by leaving the table. We should accept the reality that there are two peoples and the two states on the island, and the solution must be based on the principles of sovereignty, equality, and equal international status. In principle, Turkey enforces only UN sanctions, but does not participate in unilateral sanctions. However, Turkey is also taking all necessary measures to ensure that sanctions against Russia are not circumvented. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is from the European Parliament, Pierre-Romain Thionnet.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues de toute l'Europe, si l'on prend du recul historique, l'Europe est incontestablement sur le déclin. Nous avons été le moteur du monde pendant des siècles. Nous sommes devenus le terrain de jeu de deux superpuissances, américaines et soviétiques, au milieu du siècle dernier. Aujourd'hui, l'Europe n'est même plus le principal théâtre du monde, c'est l'Asie-Pacifique. Nos discussions partagent une même ambition, que l'Europe possède sa propre voie, sa propre stratégie, que nous ne soyons pas spectateurs, mais acteurs. Mais la stratégie est d'abord une question de moyens, de capacité. Regardons la guerre en Ukraine. Notre faiblesse militaire collective a facilité la décision de Moscou, et nous avons dû aider l'Ukraine dans l'urgence et l'improvisation. Malgré tous nos efforts, la décision aujourd'hui repose davantage à Washington qu'en Europe. Notre avenir ne peut pas dépendre d'une élection américaine. L'objectif prioritaire doit être le redressement militaire de chaque État membre, la coopération de nos politiques de défense afin de créer une dissuasion crédible contre toute nouvelle agression. Plus que jamais, chers collègues, la liberté doit être synonyme de puissance. Voilà, je crois, quel doit être notre rôle dans chacune de nos assemblées respectives. Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you. Next is Rafael Damian Lemus from España. He's not here. Perhaps I mispronounced his name. If anyone has a surname with L-E-M-U-S. Okay. Then next is again a Spanish colleague, but this time from the European Parliament, Nicolas Pascual de la Parte.
Thank you very much, Chair. Concerning the CSDP priorities, let me touch upon 4 of them. The first one is to create a real defense of culture in our societies. Our people has to be aware that defense is not only a matter of the citizens in uniform, but the society at large. It's not an easy task. The second one is to feed up our strategic autonomy. A strategic autonomy in terms of weapons, but also of security supply chains, of food, of medicaments, of energy. It is a process. It is not one shot off. It's a process that has to incorporate all these dimensions. And for that particular purpose, perhaps we had to review our strategic document, the strategic compass. It was designed and approved in March 22. That means 1 month after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Then the content doesn't reflect the reality, is out of fashion, and we have to review that. The third one is to review all our financial instruments for security and defense. European Defense Program, the Peace Facility, the bonds, the review of the statute of the European Investment Bank, VAT exemptions for joint procurement projects, and so on and so forth. And the fourth priority, to my mind, should be the institutional architecture. We have to set up a commissioner, full-fledged commissioner, with a political and industrial dimension. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this statement. Nächster Redner ist der Abgeordnete Harald Troch aus Österreich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dear ladies and gentlemen, every war starts with strong enthusiasm. Every war starts with war slogans. Even people who are not really historians, they know how World War I started, how World War II started. Austria and Germany were always in the heart of these wars and at the beginning of these wars. So I hope Austria and Germany have learned this historic lesson to get out of this vicious circle of getting into wars. learning from World War I, learning from World War II, we should honor peace and try to make every step that is possible to talk about peace and not to talk about war. And the world of today is different. Europe should have a realistic view of the world. The image of the war in the Ukraine, the war in the Middle East, is different than the view here. In China, in the BRICS countries, in Africa, in Brazil, in India. We should not be just Eurocentric on the war. And Mr. Elliser, you spoke a lot about NATO and the Ukraine war. You did not mention what happens in Gaza. You did not mention the situation in the Mediterranean. You did not mention the situation in Africa and Sudan. There are many, many complicated and war situations. We Europeans should have an exact view also on what's happening in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. Since you addressed me, I will just give you 1 point back, because you addressed me as a German, like you are an Austrian. If there's one thing we have learned as Germans from history, it is that you never appease a dictator. That was the reason for the Second World War. I'm sorry to be so direct, but this is our historic responsibility, because we failed. The next speaker is Naike Gruppioni from Italy.
I'm very sorry. Can you hear me now? Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm sorry. The priorities for the European Union, both in terms of its development and for its defense and security, remain supporting Ukraine and de-escalation in the Middle East. On the Russian-Ukrainian front, we cannot allow the Russians to emerge victorious from the conflict. It started by unilaterally attacking a sovereign country. We must continue to defend and support, including military, Ukraine's independence, and through it, the independence of all member states. It remains essential while we support our Ukrainian friends who are on the path to becoming European citizens to also announce opportunities for reviving peace initiatives, hoping that Russia will understand the tragedies of the conflict and return to a conciliatory position, withdrawing its soldiers to its internationally recognized territories. In the Middle East, every effort must be intensified. First of all, eliminating the threat of Hamas must be a priority above all else. And to achieve a ceasefire, fully aware as we must be that an escalation of the conflict is always possible. The current situation with the involvement of external powers and the pirates' trade through Suez is already grave and dangerous. Regarding the situation of trade in Red Sea, I'd like Minister Tajani's call for the Aspides mission to be equipped with more units and at the same time for stronger coordination with shipping companies. For Italy, ensuring the safety of navigation is in the critically sensitive area is paramount importance. In short, it's crucial to accelerate common defense policies to increase our ability to act.
Thank you. Thank you, colleague. The 2 minutes were over and done. Next is Baroness Ashton, please.
Thank you very much. I, of course, had the privilege of being the first EU High Representative, first Vice President, and listening to the debate today reminded me It's really not an easy job, taking into account not only the different views but the different priorities of member states and the institutions. Is something that builds into the common foreign and security policy. I worked very closely with Simon, and I was delighted that he began his words by talking about the importance of enlargement and the neighbourhood. It seems to me that that is where the foreign policy should begin. It's what Europe needs to look at and look to in order to do the most important thing, which is to keep the citizens and residents of Europe safe. And to do that against a determination that we are values-based as Europeans, and I am a European, and that we are clear in the priorities that we have. We need to think long-term. We need to think comprehensively about the different elements of our foreign security and our defence policies. We need to think about democracy and ensuring that it has deep roots that mean it cannot be torn away and destroyed when things don't go the way they should. I wish the former and now departing High Representative well, and of course wish Kaja Kallas every success.
Thank you very much, Baroness Ashton. Next is Rafael Damian Limous for second try. And there he is. Please.
Gracias. El aumento en el gasto de defensa por parte de España ha aumentado desde el año 2018 en más de un 62%. Esto lo que muestra es el compromiso de nuestro país, de mi país, de España, con un compromiso europeo para aumentar el gasto de defensa. Todavía nos queda mucho camino por andar, pero lo que está claro es que se están asentando las bases, en reuniones como las que estamos hoy viviendo, para que Europa, para que la Unión Europea tenga una defensa común y sobre todo una defensa donde la cooperación sea muy importante. No tan solo es importante invertir, sino invertir de manera colectiva, es decir, teniendo en cuenta cómo invierten nuestros países vecinos. Es verdad que España, al igual que Portugal y que otros países del sur de Europa, nos encontramos algo alejados de la frontera con Ucrania, pero no estamos alejados de la sensibilidad de los países hermanos de la Unión Europea que están viviendo de manera cercana el conflicto con Ucrania. Quedan tan solo unos meses para las próximas elecciones en Estados Unidos y todos estamos en vilo con lo que pueda ocurrir. Para que no volvamos a estar en vilo con lo que pueda ocurrir, es necesario que la Unión Europea, que sus países, que los países hermanos, seamos capaces de configurar una política de defensa y de interior común. Nada más y muchas gracias.
Thank you, colleague. Next is Mr. Darko Klasic from Croatia.
Thank you very much. Poštovani predsjedavajući, uvažene kolegice i kolege zastupnici. Pokušaj ruske okupacije Ukrajine iz temelja je promijenio sigurnosnu arhitekturu Europe i to je trenutak kada se srušilo vjerovanje u Europu kao oazu i sigurnosti i mira, kada su napadnute temeljne vrijednosti međunarodne zajednice, međunarodni ugovori i povelja UN-a. Posljedice napada na temeljni koncept poštovanja međunarodnog prava i obaveze napad je na mir i slobodu i nije se desio od 30. godina 19. stoljeća, kada su skoro na isti način tadašnji totalitarni režimi srušili Ligu naroda zbog tromosti, neefikasnosti te kalkulantske politike pojedinih država. Nažalost, i mi danas u EU također pokazujemo zabrinjavajuću birokratiziranost i neefikasnost po pitanju sigurnosti, obrane i jedinstva. U ovim danas, nadasve složenim sigurnosnim uvjetima koji intenzitetom djelovanja i potencijalom ugrožavaju mir u cijeloj Europi, svako i tek isprazno populističko dovođenje u pitanje principa kolektivne obrane zemalja Europske unije i NATO saveza vrlo je opasno. Mislim da smo to trebali naučiti iz naše povijesti. U izvješću Europskog parlamenta naglašeno je kako se globalna sigurnosna situacija rapidno pogoršava uz otvorene i latentne sukobe od Kavkaza do Sjeverne Afrike i Bliskog istoka. Središnje pitanje vanjske politike Europske unije ostaje rat u Ukrajini, pri čemu EU mora nastojati zadržati jedinstveno stajalište, te sigurno nisu prihvatljiva zastupanja teze suprotnih politicima Europske unije u odnosu na rat u Ukrajini pojedinih članica Europske unije. Hrvatska podržava aktivnosti jačanja europske obrambene suradnje i stalne strukturiranje suradnje PESCO kako bi države članice mogle se osloniti na svoje snage u procesu jačanja i razvoja svojih obrambenih sposobnosti. Hvala.
Thank you, dear colleague. Next speaker is from Portugal, Mr. José Luis Cañero.
Président, je suis honoré pour être ici et entre les peuples représentants des peuples d'Europe. C'est un honneur pour nous, pour les Portugais. Nous avons aujourd'hui grands et complexes défis dans l'Europe, notamment sur la criminalité qui est complexe, qui est organisée, qui est internationale. Et aussi, nous avons risques naturels en cause et en conséquence des changements climatiques. Je pense que c'est très important qu'avec ces événements, la guerre, la pandémie et les conséquences, notamment pour la déstabilisation, la polarisation, la radicalisation des sociétés, c'est très important. Nous avons une coopération renforcée pour donner une réponse structurée pour ce défi à notre société. Le trafic des armes, le trafic et consommation de drogue, le trafic des êtres humains, nous avons nécessité de combattre cette vulnérabilité que nous avons, notamment dans les Méditerranées centrales, orientales, dans les Balkans. Et je pense nous devons défendre un renforcement de notre coopération, notamment pour les Méditerranées. Nous avons aujourd'hui une plateforme de dialogue pour les questions de sécurité, un dialogue structuré entre l'Union européenne, les Méditerranées, Nord d'Afrique et Moyen-Orient. Et nous devons renforcer cette institution qui permettent de combattre plus efficacement ces questions. Mais aussi, je vais terminer, aussi renforcer notre pratique de protection civile, notamment pour faire face aux risques naturels et catastrophes. Nous avons aujourd'hui un mécanisme européen, mais nous devons renforcer les moyens humains, matériels et aussi prépositionner ces moyens pour promouvoir la protection civile de notre citoyen dans l'espace de l'Union européenne et aussi dans les pays tiers où nous avons risques politiques.
Obrigado. Thank you, dear colleague. Next is from the Greek Parliament, Dimitrios Mansos.
Mr. Chair, thank you. It is common ground that Europe remains too soft a power when it comes to its foreign policy and external security, especially today when we face at least two major geopolitical challenges in our near neighborhood. First, the ongoing barbaric aggression of Russia against Ukraine, 2.5 years now, that must and will be defeated. And then the turmoil in Israel, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, the surge of nationalism and terrorism in the wider region of the Middle East and the Eastern Mediterranean, the very fact that among us we do have a country still divided, and we do have Turkey insisting on speaking about two states, even if in this very room, a half a century after their invasion to the northern part of the island of Cyprus. In the face of such aggression and revisionism, it is more than obvious that Europe has to do more and better on its defense and its capacity to act. In this context, we believe that the European Union should continue strengthening its common foreign policy and security policy, taking into account every member state's interest, not as a luxury or a theoretical let's say, a subject of theory, but rather as a means of sustaining its existence and its international influence. A European army, a common military unit, seems to be a mature idea. This strategy could and should coexist with NATO, not in a competitive, but rather in a complementary manner. And of course, the key factor is to strengthen defense capacity and industrial production, granting access of the national defense industries to the relevant budget of the EU. Europe should trust its own powers and reduce its dependence on third suppliers, including those that act in an adversarial way against EU's strategic interests. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Roberto Bagnasco from Italy.
Il conflitto tra Russia e Ucraina ha messo in evidenza la necessità per l'Unione Europea di rafforzare la propria politica di sicurezza e difesa comune. Di fronte a una crisi così profonda alle porte di casa nostra, l'Europa deve ridefinire le proprie priorità. Ripeto, ridefinire le proprie priorità per garantire la sicurezza dei cittadini e la stabilità del continente. Prima di tutto è cruciale rafforzare la capacità di difesa collettiva. Il conflitto ha dimostrato che le minacce convenzionali sono ancora una realtà e l'Europa non può permettersi di dipendere esclusivamente da alleanze esterne come la NATO o ancora gli Stati Uniti d'America. Occorre sviluppare una maggiore autonomia strategica attraverso investimenti congiunti in risorse militari e infrastrutture critiche, migliorando l'interoperabilità tra le forze armate dei Paesi membri e la condivisione delle forze di intelligence. Buone le notizie sull'istituzione di un commissario alla difesa, lo aspettavamo da tanti anni, ci auguriamo che possa lavorare bene, lavorare tanto nell'interesse dell'Europa. In secondo luogo, l'Unione deve intensificare il proprio impegno verso la cybersicurezza e la difesa contro le nuove forme di guerra ibrida. Il conflitto russo-ucraino ha mostrato come attacchi informatici, disinformazione e propaganda possono essere usati come armi per destabilizzare le democrazie europee. Investire in tecnologie e in sicurezza cibernetica e rafforzare la cooperazione su questi temi tra gli Stati membri è essenziale. Grazie a tutti e buon lavoro.
Thank you, dear colleague. Next is from the European Parliament, Pekka Toveri.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for the possibility to come to here to beautiful Budapest for these straightforward and frank discussions. And therefore, let's be straightforward and frank. We are currently living in a world of global big power competition where dictatorships led by Russia and China are challenging democracies. Here in our Europe, Russia not only wages brutal war, breaking all possible international agreements and laws of war, it also wages war against Europe. Russia uses hybrid warfare like info operations, cyber warfare, assassinations, sabotage, and corruption to undermine our values, our freedoms, and our democracy. Russia is not our friend. If you believe otherwise, you've been fooled. In this situation, we need better military defense and better comprehensive security to protect not only our territorial integrity against military attacks, but also to protect our civilian infrastructure and people against both military and hybrid attacks. For this, we need three things. We need strong NATO to provide military defense. We need stronger EU to provide us the strong economic power and comprehensive security and resilience against below NATO Article 5 attacks. And this doesn't mean that we would try to invent NATO again. No, NATO has worked well for 75 years, but it needs tools, and EU can provide these tools by building stronger defense industry, defense research and development, joint capabilities, military mobility, etc. Same time as we need to improve our comprehensive security against hybrid warfare. We need a defense committee and defense commissioner with mandate to do all this. And thirdly, we need that every member state does its own part in both military defense and comprehensive security. The time of free riders is over. Everyone has to contribute. And naturally, we need to support Ukraine, not to pressure Ukraine to negotiation in Russia's term, but to support Ukraine so much that it can force Russia.
Thank you, Kitos. Before I give the floor to the next speaker, let me inform you that the speakers list has now been closed. We cannot accept any further requests to take the floor. The next is Oguzkan Saliti from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Geopolitical conflicts such as Russia-Ukraine war and ongoing conflicts in the Middle East and Africa continue to pose real threats to international stability and security. In particular, the ongoing conflict in Ukraine has resulted in massive destruction, loss of life, and severe humanitarian crisis. At the same time, the Palestinian people also deserve respect in their struggle against occupation. Turkey, as a founding member of the UN, member of NATO, and all European leading institutions, and a negotiating country with the EU for full membership, has an approach against the backdrop of today's complex security environment is stronger alliances, dialogue, and multilateral cooperation. As a front and border country for both the NATO and EU, Turkey maintains a very strong military posture. It's a direct result of the complexity of the security arena surrounding Turkey. Our forces have played an integral role in NATO's deterrence and defense posture for over 70 years. Turkey has been fighting against PKK, Daesh, FETÖ, Al-Qaeda, and other terrorist organizations all at the same time. In the Black Sea region, Turkey has done its utmost to ensure the Black Sea remains a sea of peace, especially during the Russia-Ukraine war. The most significant achievement of Turkey's efforts was the negotiation of the Black Sea Grain Initiative in 2022 to alleviate the global food crisis due to Russia's blockade of Ukraine's Black Sea ports. We believe freedom of navigation in the Black Sea region through the 1936 Montreux Convention has been of vital importance. Turkey carefully, responsibly, and impartially applies the Montreux Convention, which has great importance for the security of the Black Sea. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pedro Peçanha from Portugal.
Mr. President, the actual landscape of war in Ukraine changed the military balance of power in Europe. History doesn't repeat itself, but it doesn't rhyme. In fact, old-style power politics are back, and Russian territorial revisionism has emerged, what we call a reheat Cold War. This security storm is a serious threat, but it's also an opportunity to review policies and to conquer the hearts of European citizens. In a world framed by the return of realpolitik, I will ask you to elaborate on three matters that could enrich our compendium for the new era of European security and defense. First, how can Europe promote the awareness of society in order to trigger more public support for the investment required in armored forces? Second, how can a reconstruction of the industry architecture foster the highest standards tool needed for a real European strategic autonomy and defense solutions? And at last, how to make European defense capability development initiatives more attractive in order to boost the interaction of industry, academy, research centers, and armed force. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ronan Le Gleu. Vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes chers collègues, ce qui se joue en Ukraine, ce n'est évidemment pas seulement la défense du territoire par le peuple ukrainien des frontières de l'Ukraine. Le courage du peuple ukrainien, l'abnégation du peuple ukrainien, évidemment pour défendre ses frontières telles que définies en 1990, est juste, mais au-delà de cela, ils se battent pour nous, ici, Européens, parce qu'ils se battent pour la démocratie, contre l'autoritarisme, parce qu'ils se battent pour l'état de droit et pour le respect des accords internationaux. Le peuple ukrainien fait le choix de se tourner vers l'Union européenne et vers l'Atlantique Nord, le traité de l'Atlantique Nord. C'est pourquoi ils se battent pour nous. Nous devons donc être davantage, plus vite, plus fort à leur côté au moment où nos démocraties vivent une forme de fatigue dans le soutien à l'Ukraine. Redoublons d'efforts.
Thank you very much, dear colleague Le Gleu. Next is Alexandra Atalidis from Cyprus.
President, let me thank you for distinguishing between a peace process and appeasement. That is, we have to have it in mind. And to my Turkish colleague, I want to say that your country occupies my country, 37% of my country, for 50 years. You want to become a member of the European Union and you have the audacity to speak about two states. My answer to you is never. Illegitimate interference by foreign powers in the form of manipulation and disinformation campaigns in particular are rapidly growing into political and security challenges in the European Union. Hybrid attacks constitute a global security threat as they attack democracy and threaten to destabilize targeted countries. In recent years, attacks against the European Union and its member states increased in numbers and in magnitude. The goal is mainly to destabilize, undermine, even ridicule Europe, the European system and its leaders, but also to spread distrust in European societies and manipulate voters, as we have seen in the June elections. We must address the issue jointly, and the early response and commitment of the European Union and the European External Action Service in particular is notable. However, a bigger budget and more efforts are needed, and a better cooperation between actors globally. We as parliamentarians should promote more cooperation and more European action on the matter that will consequently increase the resilience of our societies. But it is imperative that in parallel, the European Union does its utmost to enhance its credibility and regain trust among citizens in order to minimize as much as possible the potentially vulnerable audience and promote a message of credibility and empowerment. I hope that the new Commission will live up to our expectations.
Thank you. Next is our colleague Enrico Borghi from Italy.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Mario Draghi reminded us today, if Europe can no longer deliver fundamental rights to its people, it will have lost its reason for being. So what we need is a radical change and acceleration of the realization that we need new tools, which must be urgent and concrete. Exactly 70 years ago, the dream of our founding fathers, Monnet, De Gasperi, and Adenauer, of a common European army was destroyed by nationalism and ideology. After 70 years, history is paying the price for those mistakes. We cannot resign ourselves to the irrelevance and division of a Europe wild towards a raging on our borders. The intuition of our fathers 70 years ago remained correct, and even indispensable today, given the evolution of the world and of the history. We need to do more for EU defense industry and EU space industry and EU financial support. This is not a time for shyness, but for the courage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Borghi. Next is Els van Hoof from the Belgian Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. President. During the Belgian EU presidency, important steps were taken in further supporting Ukraine. The adoption of the negotiation framework can be considered as a historical achievement toward Ukrainians' path of EU membership. Another milestone was the adoption of the Ukraine facility of 50 billion euros for the reconstruction of Ukraine. But also other ways must be explored to hold Russia accountable and support Ukraine at the same time. The decision of May to use the net windfall profits of Russian assets for Ukraine, self-defense and reconstruction is a perfect example of how these two goals can be achieved together. We were also confronted with difficult discussions on the Ukraine facility and with regard to the European Peace Facility, to mention one elephant in the room. So my question and concern is, which steps will be taken to further deepen the EU instruments of supporting Ukraine and to further hold Russia accountable? Because they are really urgent for the safety and the peace on our continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Els, and let me once again thank our Belgian friends for hosting the wonderful conference a few months ago in Bruges. That was very good. Next speaker from the German Bundestag is Frau Sarah Nanni.
Thank you. Many of you mentioned already that we have to be in solidarity with Ukraine, that we have to face the challenges that are coming from Russia. But I really want to get a step further. We are witnessing already today massive Russian interference in our inner affairs. I will give you an example from the recent weeks from Germany. There is a site in the north of Germany, near to Hamburg, where there is some nuclear garbage, where there is a chemical production site, and where we have our new LNG terminal. And what is happening? Since 5 weeks, Russian drones are coming and spying on the sites of the chemical production site, of the nuclear garbage site, and also of the LNG terminal. They did this before, but not almost every day, and not with this kind of equipment. So something is happening. Everybody was chilling during the summertime, but Russia is preparing. It is about Ukraine, but it's also about us. And we really have to keep that in mind. And as we are speaking here in Budapest, there is one country who has sabotaged political decisions over solidarity with Ukraine and over European solidarity against Russia, and this is Hungary. And I really want to urge my colleagues here in Budapest, step down with this policy and take it for real. It's happening. It's about us, and we should act together and not sabotage ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nanni. Next is Stefania Pucciarelli from Italy.
Grazie Presidente. Il tema della politica di sicurezza e difesa comune è oggetto di questo evento, di questo incontro. Oggi più che mai quello che è il futuro dell'Europa dipende anche da quelli che sono gli attuali conflitti in corso. Due temi che volevo affrontare riguardano il primo, quello che è la possibilità di invio di istruttori nel territorio ucraino, alla luce anche di quello che è stato il recente attacco nella sede dove avveniva la formazione del personale militare, dove vi sono stati diverse vittime. Voci che non hanno avuto conferma parlano di numerosi morti, tra cui la possibilità di personale, di addestratori svedesi. Qualche giorno successivo all'attacco abbiamo avuto le dimissioni del ministro degli affari esteri svedese, quindi alla luce di questo noi oggi quello che chiediamo è se ancora riteniamo opportuno inviare istruttori in territorio ucraino per la formazione e con quale garanzie pensiamo di poterlo fare. In secondo luogo, il tema legato all'uso di armi a lungo raggio. Non più tardi di un paio di giorni fa, nuovamente l'Alto Commissario Borrell ha richiamato l'Italia proprio perché acconsenta l'invio di queste armi. Ebbene, da più parti viene evidenziato l'inutilità di questa tipologia di armi in quanto non raggiungono gli obiettivi prefissati, poiché sembra che la Russia abbia spostato il 90% degli obiettivi strategici proprio per evitare questo. Quindi alla luce del fatto che anche lo stesso
Sorry, that was exactly 2 minutes. It's automatically done. César Sánchez from Spain is the next.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Cuando creíamos que la guerra era algo que solo formaba parte de los libros de historia en Europa, la guerra de Ucrania nos ha mostrado que no, y que todavía hay personas, líderes de algunos países, que ni creen en la democracia ni creen en las libertades. No darnos cuenta a tiempo de la existencia de algunas amenazas ha mostrado algunas de las fragilidades de las democracias occidentales, sobre las que tenemos que reflexionar. Debemos afrontar el reto de la inversión en materia de defensa como una prioridad. También el reto de concienciar a nuestras sociedades, a nuestros países. Afrontar los ataques híbridos también. Mirar de frente a los problemas que tenemos ante nosotros, como el problema del Sahel. Afrontar la política migratoria con un enfoque holístico europeo. Fortalecer nuestras alianzas, muy especialmente con la Alianza Atlántica. una política climática que sea capaz de ser compatible con la competitividad y la economía para no dejar a ciudadanos europeos por el camino. En definitiva, proteger a Europa y que Europa sea capaz de liderar con audacia y con inteligencia los retos a los que se enfrenta en un mundo cada vez más complejo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And now I have the honor to give the floor to a representative of the Ukrainian, Verkhovna Rada, Ihor Krivosheyev. A warm welcome to our IPC meeting, especially to the Ukrainian delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, there is a large and beautiful square right in front of this building. And it is the best place to talk about security and defense, because in 1956, Russian tanks stood at this exact square. Some may argue that the tanks were Soviet, but the truth is the tanks were Russian. Those tanks were sent here by Moscow. What is crucial to understand is that the main problem of security in Europe is literally the distance between you and Russian tank. Right now, that distance may seem to be safe, but this safety comes at a price. The price is the weapons provided us by our partners and Ukrainian blood. And by Ukrainian blood, I mean lives of Ukrainians. That is the price our people pay every single day. The choice is simple. If you do not supply us with weapons, sooner or later, you will find yourself face to face with the Russian tank. And trust me, there is no way to negotiate with the tank. Security in Europe means unity in deterring Russia. Ukraine has proven that it can contain this threat. Give us all the weapons we need, and we will ensure the safety in Europe. Our key needs remain unchanged. Air defense systems, first of all, Patriots and Sept, artillery systems and shells, long-range missiles, drones, and electronic warfare systems in sufficient volumes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Next speaker is from North Macedonia, Maria Petrushevska.
Thank you, dear Chair, distinguished member of EU member states, distinguished parliamentarians from the national parliament, dear Hungarian colleagues, thank you for organizing this event, Parliamentary Dimension, under the Hungarian presidency. Namely, according to the latest EU Commission report assessment that was done for my country, we are fully aligned with the EU foreign, common security and defense policy. Having in mind that some concerns were raised, please allow me to assure you that the new government will deliver reforms for fight against corruption, criminal activities, and will promote rule of law. As well, the new government, but as well the new parliamentary majority, will be an active partner of EU and active member of NATO that will promote security, peace, and prosperity, as for my country, for the region, and for Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker from Bulgaria is Angel Georgiev.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a shame some of you condemn the Russian aggression, but do not condemn the Ukrainian aggression as well. The Bulgarian minority in Ukraine is 500,000 people, and it's suffering from the Ukrainian aggression. Back to 2015, we saw videos on Euro-Atlantic Bulgarian television BTV showing how the Ukrainian tanks, the Ukrainian army is killing Bulgarians who do not want to be mobilized in the Ukrainian army. Also, Ukraine closed the Bulgarian schools and forbidden the Bulgarian to learn their language in schools in Ukraine. Giving weapons to any side, especially Ukraine, will make the things even worse. We need peace and diplomatics, and we don't need war. It's a shame European Union is closing its eyes. European Union should lift the new Iron Curtain and become a bridge between the East and the West, the North and the South. We should welcome the new multipolar world. We support Mr. Orban's visit to Russia and China as well. You know, George Orwell said, in a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Thank you.
Next speaker is Abereshe Kreizu Hüseni from Kosovo.
Thank you. On 24th of this month will be 1 year since Banjska terrorist attack organized by Serbia happened in Kosovo. In these 12 months, we made a huge effort to bring evidence on the table that shows who's guilty and who stand behind it. The former deputy chair of Lista Srpska, Radojcic, found itself in charge of the terrorist attack. This guy, today while we are speaking, is walking freely in Serbia, while Kosovo is asking for his extradition in order to bring him to the justice. But while Radojcic walks freely in Serbia, the threat and insecurity is still there, because there is no security when there are countries that offer shelters to terrorists. Even though it's been 1 year since Banjska and almost 2 years since the basic agreement reached in Ohrid, Serbia insists in its statement that they do not recognize nor accept Kosovo's territorial integrity. They haven't imposed sanctions against Russia yet, and just recently they said that they will never join NATO. In the same time, they got an invitation from Putin to become a member of the BRICS, which is a parallel financial institution with those of Western. Banjska terrorist attack, it was a threat to Kosovo. It still is, and not only to Kosovo. It is a threat to all the Western Balkans and EU itself. While the aim is to defend our countries and try to decrease the level of conflicts and insecurity in the EU should be sharper to those countries that try to do the opposite and become violators of peace, stability, and democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. We come to our final three speakers. First, Gerard Crowell from Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Security, the security of your country and my country. There is a threat, and it's on the west coast of Europe. I've written to all of your embassies on this. My country spends 0.02% on defence. We do not have an air force. We have aircraft that can fly to 10,000 feet, and we don't have primary radar. We have one ship patrolling 490,000 square kilometres. I have proposed that the European Union should come together and patrol the Atlantic. We need an Atlantic fleet now. We are in a terrible state. 97% of all data travelling between the US and Europe travels through our economic zone, and we do not know what's down there because we have no sonar. The Russians will sail down the west coast of Ireland next week, as they have done countless times before. They fly over our airspace, and but for the cooperation from our colleagues in the UK, we would not know that they were there. Imagine waking up one morning and putting your ATM card in a machine and getting no response. Imagine the internet going down and the economies of the world collapsing in a matter of hours. That's what a cyber attack will do. That's what an attack on the undersea cables off the west coast of Ireland will do. Go back to your governments and ask your governments to put pressure on my government, we're not a poor country, to actually take security and defence seriously. I speak as a former member of the military. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Admir Adrovic, please.
Thank you. As our colleague from Croatia mentioned, Montenegro and the Western Balkans in general are under the strong influence from the East, particularly from Russia. Because of this rapid integration of Montenegro into the European Union is crucial. I trust you all recognize the importance of the EU's role in the Western Balkans. Therefore, we urge you to support the swift completion of Montenegro's EU accession process. This will be a boost for the other candidate countries and will be a sign that the European Union enlargement process is still alive. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I give the floor to the final speaker, colleagues, may I just encourage you for the next session, which starts at 4:30 till 5:30, which will be chaired by Adam Bilan, the urgent debate on a current issue, and we've agreed to discuss the implications of indiscriminate Russian attacks on Ukraine economy and infrastructure. Until now, only 8 of you have requested to take the floor. So in case, during this session over the coffee break, you come up with the idea to take the floor, this would very much be appreciated. And now, our final speaker is Wolfgang Gerstl from Austria.
Vielen Dank, Herr Vorsitzender. Ich glaube, hier in dem Saal gibt es niemanden, der sich nicht auch Frieden wünscht. Und daher ist es mir so wichtig, dass wir als Österreich hier auch nochmals die Position bekräftigen. Österreich ist zwar militärisch neutral, aber politisch niemals. Österreich steht politisch an der Seite der Ukraine, unterstützt mit allen seinen Mitteln die Ukraine in allen nicht letalen Unterstützungen. Wir sind Teil der Friedensfazilität, wir leisten Dutzende Millionen Euro Beitrag dazu und es ist ganz klar, dass wir für die Freiheit eintreten. Und lassen Sie mich noch ein Wort dazu sagen aus meiner persönlichen Situation. Meine Elterngeneration, die hat noch gelitten unter der Besatzung der Sowjetunion nach dem Zweiten Weltkrieg. Ich werde die Schilderungen niemals vergessen, wo Menschen in den Gulag kamen, wo Menschen sich verstecken mussten, jahrelang hinter den Wänden, um nicht vergewaltigt zu werden oder sonstigen Repressionen ausgesetzt zu werden. Es ist wichtig, für die Freiheit in Europa zu kämpfen. Unser Stand ist Europa und nicht bei den BRICS-Staaten oder bei anderen Staaten, nicht bei China, nicht bei Russland, sondern wir sind die Europäische Union. Vielen Dank.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Kollege. I think this is now the end of all those requests to speak. And now, Simon, you have the impossible task of trying to sum up and answer all the questions within 15 minutes, perhaps 17, 18, but then we will have to close. If I may ask you to come up front. And colleagues, we will be able to close this session as planned just before 4 o'clock. And now please, Simon Mordew.
Many thanks. Let me try and address this Herculean task of answering a number of the questions that were raised and the themes. Let me start perhaps with what I think has been the dominating theme of much of the discussion on our support for Ukraine and question as to what the European Union's position is on peace talks. I think we have a very clear position on this, and this position is that it is entirely for President Zelensky to determine what the right conditions are and what the right timing for such settlement is. I, however, would stress that I think any peace settlement needs to be both fair, but it also needs to be sustainable and durable. And I think it's also important that any peace settlement would restore our trust in the UN Charter and notably some of its core principles, such as the need to respect the territorial integrity of all countries and respect their sovereignty. And I think what we need to do now is make sure that through everything that we do, we are equipping and supporting President Zelensky to enter into any such talks from the strongest position imaginable. And I think we can, in Europe, be quite proud of the way in which we have rallied to offer support to Ukraine and its people. Our total contribution today stands at over 118 billion euro. We've delivered some 43 billion euros worth in arms and weapons to the Ukrainian people. Even during the month of August, colleagues were working tirelessly in Brussels to make sure that the first 1.4 billion euro from the windfall profits from the frozen Russian assets was able to be turned into very concrete defense contracts with 5 countries. We have trained over 60,000 Ukrainian soldiers. We've delivered essential macroeconomic support to the Ukrainian people. But I do not think we should rest on our laurels. I think the testimony of our colleague who's with us from Ukraine showed just how urgent it is to, for example, get important air defense systems into the Ukrainian system, Over this weekend, there were merciless attacks on each of the nights, and these continue. I think if I turn to the second topic that came up quite a bit, the importance of our relationship with Turkey and also the Cyprus issue, I think Turkey is a key and strategic partner with whom we are bound to cooperate and where that cooperation makes a lot of sense. But I think, if I can say this very diplomatically, I think it's fair to say as well that in the absence of a solution to the Cyprus issue, exploiting the full potential of this EU-Turkish relationship will remain extremely challenging and hamper our prospects for even closer foreign policy cooperation. And I think in this context, it's then hugely important that we restart and progress in the Cyprus settlement talks within the UN framework and in accordance with all of the relevant UNSC resolutions that do not foresee a settlement based on two states. Let me be very clear about that. I'll turn now for a moment perhaps to defence. This came up, I think, in a number of different contexts. I think it's not just about increasing our expenditure. There is clearly a need, and we've made progress in the last few years, but we still have some member states who are beneath the 2% NATO target for defence expenditure. But in some ways, it's also about getting much better value for money for our defence expenditure. I think it's about also making sure that that defence expenditure translates into enhanced defence capabilities at the European Union level. I think it's also about building societal acceptance for our defence expenditure. And I think one of the things we classically see in the United States is that US defence expenditure creates jobs, growth, prosperity, and industrial competitiveness in the United States. If I can put it politely, that is not always the case for European Union defence expenditure. So we need to work much harder on that. We need to make sure that our defence expenditure is translating into more efficiency, avoiding some of the duplications we see today, where, for example, we see 17 different kinds of battle tanks compared to 2 in the US. So we need more coherence, we need to do much more together, more joint procurement, and we need to make sure that by enhancing our own defence capabilities, at the same time we're contributing as the European Union to an enhanced capacity of the NATO alliance as well. Just perhaps one word on the Western Balkans. I think colleagues spoke about the importance of the Serbia-Kosovo dialogue. I can only agree with that. I think it's hugely important that all partners honour the commitments they've made in the context of this dialogue, which Baroness Ashton invested so much time and effort in her mandate as the High Representative. But that is equally true of our friends in Kosovo, and I think making progress on the association of the Serb municipalities would inject into this dialogue a lot of much needed life and dynamism that would be for the benefit of all the people in the Western Balkans, as well as the people of Kosovo and of Serbia. And as I said earlier in my intervention this morning, I really do feel that enlargement is back on the leaders' agenda in a way that it has not been for a very significant period of time. And I think we have homework also to do on our side within the European Union. We need to get ready to be able to actually effectively welcome new members. We need to complete our own internal reforms, and it is imperative to do so. I don't think we should in any shape or form send signals that we are not ready and that we haven't done our homework. And I think by doing so, we will actually inject momentum into the enlargement process that will allow us to welcome new members as soon as possible. There's much more I could say on many other topics, but perhaps I'll end there so that we have plenty of time for a break before the next session. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Simon Mordew. That was shorter than expected, but that means we have a slightly longer coffee break. So, colleagues, let me just inform you, we will continue at 4:30 with the already mentioned urgent debate. This will then be chaired by Adam Bilan, who is a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the European Parliament. I would like to thank you all for an interesting and, let me add, lively discussion. We now need to close. I would like to thank all colleagues for their participation. Simon Mordew, many thanks for your remarks and also the participation in the Q&A. And now we have our well-deserved coffee break. This session is now closed. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session, which is the urgent debate, traditionally scheduled at a short notice on a topical issue. Today's topic is the implications of indiscriminate Russian attacks on Ukrainian economy and infrastructure. We have no external speakers for this one-hour session. I will only briefly introduce the topic, following which we can have a debate. As introduced also this morning by the AFET chair, the implications of the Russian attacks on Ukraine are a high priority for the European Parliament and for the EU. The consequences of the attacks are heavily felt in a number of areas in Ukraine, for example, food security, energy, infrastructure, education, health, only to mention a few. It is our duty to help Ukraine in any way we can and with all funds available. The Ukraine Facility and the European Peace Facility, EPF, are good examples of this. The recently established Ukraine Facility as a means of providing stable, predictable, long-term financing to Ukraine, while also underpinning Ukraine's ambitious and credible reform agenda, is essential. However, we need to be aware of the long-term financial assistance needed to cover the growing costs of the reconstruction of Ukraine. In this context, I would also like to underline the importance of the European Peace Facility, which now includes a dedicated envelope for Ukraine. The facility has supported the Ukrainian armed forces by financing and delivering military equipment and training, while providing coordination for all stakeholders through the clearinghouse mechanism hosted by the EU military staff, EUMS. The EU's military assistance mission, EUMAM, for Ukraine, with its adaptable approach to respond to the needs of the Ukrainian general staff, it is also an important element worth mentioning. Finally, we are of the firm belief that Russia must compensate financially for the destruction it caused in Ukraine, and therefore the recent efforts to direct revenues coming from immobilized sovereign Russian assets to support the Ukrainian war effort is welcome. The European Parliament's position, as expressed most recently in its resolution of July 2024, is even more ambitious, as it calls for establishing a sound legal regime for the confiscation of Russian state-owned assets. Much more could be said on this subject, but let me leave it at that. We now come to the discussion. According to the preliminary registration, there are 12 requests for the floor. The speaking time is 2 minutes. May I please ask you again to respect the time limitation. Participants are kindly asked to intervene from their allocated seats by standing up and by using the miniature clip mic. The method of the contributions is the same. I will now give the floor to the first speaker on our list, which is my colleague from the European Parliament, Nicolas Pasquale de la Parte. Please.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and sorry. I think that with Russia we have here a clear need for a strategy. If Russia marched into Ukraine in February 2022, it was because there was not a deterrence strategy on the side of the European Union and on the side of NATO as well, indeed. And I think that here we have to make clear that our policy vis-à-vis Russia needs a comprehensive strategy for the day after the conflict as well. What kind of European security architecture are going to set up after the conflict in Ukraine? Is it going to be against Russia, isolate Russia, confront Russia, engage with Russia, critical dialogue? What kind of strategy are going to design? And for that particular purpose, I think that we have to start now our reflection on the strategy for the day after the conflict. And I think that there, one of the main elements of this strategy should be indeed deterrence, a deterrence scheme strong enough to avoid any kind of temptations in the future for the Russians or for any other power to invade any of the European countries. This strategy indeed has to be in coordination and in close cooperation with NATO strategy, because we know that the collective defensive for the European continent and the member states depend very much on NATO and the United States. And it doesn't mean that we don't have to create our European pillar on NATO, but we have to make sure that our strategy, our political strategy vis-à-vis Russia is compatible with the NATO strategy. But again, I think that there is time in front of us, but we should start as soon as possible, regardless of the developments on the ground, because again, we have to not to be surprised again, and not to be reactive to Putin's initiative, but to put forward a real proactive strategy vis-à-vis Russia as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. And now, also from European Parliament, Mr. Pekka Toveri, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and dear colleagues. Yes, we all know that Ukraine needs help. Ukraine needs civilian help and civilian support, like fire and rescue vehicles, medical equipment, material to repair and replace the energy infrastructure, etc., etc. Ukraine needs also military support to bolster Ukraine's air defenses. But the fact is that Russian aggression can't be stopped merely by defending, because they have capability of building more and more and more missiles. As many experts say, don't shoot the arrow, shoot the archer. We have to put pressure on the European government so that the restrictions on the use of war material given by Western countries to Ukraine can be lifted. We also have to improve and increase our sanctions to those countries that support Russia's military industry, like China, North Korea, Iran, etc., etc., plus the third countries which allow them to be used as the platforms which Russia uses to go around the sanctions. And we also have to take care of our own field, because the fact is that Europe and we all are funding the Russian aggression to Russia, to Ukraine and its missile defense, missile production by not properly following that the sanctions are followed in every EU country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pekka. Now, Mr. Giedrius Surplis from Lithuania.
Dear colleagues, today Europe has been assigned a historic quest for proving that democracy is the only possible way for coexistence in our societies and in the world. Hence, if we want our European democracy to be efficient and effective, we surely must cherish the pluralism of thought, but we must also realize that if 26 agree on something, one should not block this. Dear colleagues, Russia poses serious immediate, mid-term and long-term threats to Europe. Therefore, we must develop Russia containment strategy, which must include peace on Ukraine's terms. What is our strategy? Do we have it at all? One cannot win the war if one only expects not to lose it, I suppose. Hence, continued, reliable and sufficient support to Ukraine must be our top priority, together with the US, allowing Ukraine to target military objects in Russia from which missiles are fired to Ukraine's civil objects. Let me use an example that all of us in Europe know, our experience with illegal immigration. It is a Sisyphean labor to fight the results if you do not fight the cause. So, just to conclude, another plea to our dear Hungarian colleagues for a good kickoff of sustaining democracy and the rule of law and international peace in the world. Let's use the 6.6 billion euros for Ukraine's military support now. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Mr. Hulusi Akar from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The current situation on the battlefield in Ukraine is volatile and the risk of escalation is growing every day. The recent Ukrainian offensive in the Kursk region has further widened the battlefield. Ukraine's proactive stance may deter Russia to some extent, and some of Ukraine's operational objectives may be achieved. However, Ukraine's offensive in Kursk is unlikely to change the strategic outlook of the whole conflict. Russia's military presence in Ukraine remains unchanged and it continues to advance in southern Ukraine, particularly in the Donetsk region. As the war escalates and spreads, nuclear safety is also threatened. As Turkey, we believe that the call for negotiations contributes to securing Ukraine's core interests. Please remember, Turkey has strongly supported the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and Georgia from the very beginning. By closing the Turkish straits to Russian naval vessels, Turkey has prevented potential escalation in the Black Sea. Turkey unabatedly continues its comprehensive humanitarian, political, defense, and financial assistance to Ukraine. Turkey also supports Zelensky's peace plan in principle and is ready to host again peace negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. By the way, Prime Minister Viktor Orban's peace mission initiative is also valuable in this regard. Finally, in response to the baseless allegations made by Greek colleagues, the Cyprus peace operation was carried out in 1974 to stop the Greek junta's ethnic cleansing and massacres. Today, the Turkish forces on the island are the only factor for the peace and stability since then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Jean-Noël Barrot from France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le combat des Ukrainiens, ça a été dit tout à l'heure, c'est aussi le nôtre, puisqu'en se battant pour défendre l'intégrité territoriale de leur pays, ils se battent aussi pour la sécurité du continent et pour faire respecter un ordre international fondé sur le droit. Lors des semaines qui viennent de s'écouler, l'envahisseur russe a redoublé d'attaques à l'encontre de cibles civiles et énergétiques, ce qui nous impose, nous oblige d'accélérer cet automne dans notre soutien à l'Ukraine. Accélérer en matière énergétique, puisque depuis 2 ans et demi, l'Ukraine a perdu plus de la moitié de sa capacité de production électrique, ce qui annonce un hiver terrible pour les populations ukrainiennes. Il nous appartient de fournir générateurs, turbines à gaz, soutien en matière énergétique pour permettre à l'Ukraine de traverser l'hiver. Soutien en matière financière, avec l'aboutissement le plus rapidement possible du financement de 50 milliards d'euros qui a fait l'objet d'un accord au G7, qui s'appuiera sur la mobilisation des revenus d'aubaine tirés des actifs russes gelés et qui permettra de financer à la fois le soutien à la reconstruction et le soutien militaire. Ce soutien devra faire, comme nous le souhaitons, la part belle à une préférence européenne en matière de défense, et s'agissant du soutien à la reconstruction qui respecte les conditionnalités typiquement associées à ce type de financement. Et puis accélérer aussi dans la protection des populations civiles les plus fragiles. Et je voudrais parler un instant de la situation des enfants ukrainiens déportés ou kidnappés. D'après les organisations non gouvernementales, ce sont plus de 20 000 enfants qui ont été pris ou qui ont été éloignés de leur famille et qui se trouvent aujourd'hui dans une situation critique. Il nous appartient d'apporter, là encore, à l'Ukraine tout le soutien dont il a besoin.
Thank you very much. Next on the list is Mr. Jukka Kopra from Finland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this excellent discussion. We all are helping Ukraine, giving aid and support for the battle, but just so and so that Ukraine cannot push Russia back, but just to survive. This leads us to think that maybe we should increase the amount of support for Ukraine. And actually, if we consider how much each of us has been helping Ukraine and put that into a relation of our GDPs, there's lots of room of improvement for each of us to give more aid for Ukraine. Now, also, for the 3rd year, we have been talking about building up and improving the European defense industrial base, and still there's so much talk but little action, and we should act better and more decisive on this matter too. And as a third measure that we should take in consideration, I think this is the most easiest one, should be that we would, all those countries who have been giving weapons for Ukraine and have set restrictions on their usage, they should lift off the restrictions for the usage of the weapons so that Ukraine can use those weapons to Russian military targets anywhere their defense sees fit. And that would be very game-changing decision from our countries, and I recommend that those countries that have been putting on these restrictions would consider releasing them and releasing the weapons for the use of defense for Ukraine. And all in all, dear friends, I would like to say that we should be more resolute in our support for Ukraine. We are saying that we are helping, we are doing a lot, but we can do more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Valdas Rakutis from Lithuania.
Dear colleagues, I will say two things important. First of all, about what is the background of peace. Our colleagues from Austria and from Bulgaria say that we talk about peace. But fundament for the peace really is balance of powers. If we have balance of powers, we can have a peace. If not, we retreat. So we will have unbalanced situation. And what we can do? First of all, we have to understand that in the long perspective, we will have this competition with Russia and their supporters. And we have to say that we not have to talk about percentage of our spending, but about long-lasting competition. And we have to be prepared, like in business, with business plan. Long-lasting business plan, how to have balance of power. The second thing is about principles of war. Principle of war is something like military art, connected to really freedom of action for actor. If we say that Ukraine will win, but have no possibility to use the weapons, they have no possibility to do something more, they never win. It's impossible to win a Shah and mate if you have not possibility to do some movements. Yes, it's a play, and in play you have to play. And finally, I will say that general base for peace is balance of power. So we have to talk about this. It's the only way to get back a peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, my colleague from European Parliament, Mrs. Anna Miguel Pedro. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Chair. The Ukrainians know where strikes are coming from, but these points are currently out of reach. Ukraine must be allowed by international law and its right to self-defense, as it is stated in the UN Charter, to use Western missile system to neutralize Russian military air bases that are being used to launch these devastating attacks. The prolonged prohibition on striking Russian territory allow Russians to kill civilians and destroy Ukrainian infrastructure with impunity. We are unnecessarily delaying Ukraine's victory in this war, maintaining these constraints. Considering Ukraine's ability to defend itself is directly tied to the range of its military capabilities, lifting the restrictions on long-range weaponry will be a crucial step for Ukraine to counter Russian aggression more effectively before winter sets in. Providing these capabilities could significantly shift dynamics on the battlefield, amplifying Ukraine's ability to push Russian forces back and potentially achieve a decisive victory. NATO and the West have a moral responsibility to ensure that Ukraine has the necessary tools to achieve this goal. Thank you.
And now, Mr. Christo Gadjev from Bulgaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, obviously the attacks and the destruction of energy and economical infrastructure of the Ukrainians is not a legitimate military target. It only aims to destroy Ukrainian economy, to destroy Ukrainian society, and their willingness to resist to the invasion. How we can counter that? First and foremost, it's to supply sufficient enough capabilities for air defense of the Ukrainian nation and the Ukrainian military. Secondly, it's to integrate the Ukrainian energy system within the European one, as we are doing it right now. The Bulgarian support to Ukraine is steadfast, and it will continue throughout as long as it takes, as we are now continuing the construction of the vertical gas corridor, which will enable Ukraine to have to resist the Russian supplies of gas and to have their own gas supplies from 25, and to mitigate the effects on the European economy, as we are trying to deliver enough gas supplies to countries that are still relying on Russian gas, such as countries in Central and Central Europe, and that they will not resist, they will not rely on Russian gas from the next year. As well, we have to make Russia pay for that price. The destruction of Ukrainian capabilities and their infrastructure must be paid by the seized Russian assets in the countries. And mostly and foremost, but not least, we have to counter the propaganda in our own countries, to counter the Russian propaganda and how they're promoting their own agenda in our own societies, and to have the possibility to counter the disinformation, because Russia is investing, frankly said, a lot of money in finding their useful tools in our countries, and we have to resist on that as well.
Thank you. Next on the list is Mr. Andro Krustlovic Opara from Croatia.
Chair, intenziviranjem ruskih udara balističkim projektilima na ukrajinsku infrastrukturu, Rusija evidentno mijenja karakter svoje agresije. U tome Ukrajina je izgubila više od 70% kapaciteta proizvodnje svoje energije, od čega 35% je uništeno ili oštećeno, a 35%... No translation. Okay, I will try to, if you bring me the time back, okay? Now it's translation, okay. Sorry for this inconvention. I will continue in Croatian. So, thank you very much. So, I have very short time for it. Okay, thank you. Intenziviranje ruskih udara na ukrajinsku infrastrukturu je evidentno da su Rusi promijenili karakter svoje agresije na Ukrajinu. I u tome je Rusija uništila više od 70% ili stavila 70% proizvodnje ukrajinske energije izvan mogućnosti korištenja te energije od strane Ukrajinaca. 35% je uništeno ili teško oštećeno, a 35% kapaciteta za proizvodnju energije u Ukrajini je pod okupacijom ruskom. Potpuno je jasno da iduća zima neće biti laka u Ukrajini i Rusi sa time računaju. Žele oslabiti narod. Pred 80-90 godina su provodili gladomor i nisu uspjeli slomiti Ukrajince. Neće ni sada. Neće ni sada. Hrvatska je prošla nešto slično pred 30 godina u velikosrpskoj agresiji. Trećina našeg teritorija je bila okupirana, infrastruktura uništena. Moja Dalmacija na Jadranu je godinama bila bez elektrike, a veliki gradovi poput Zadra i bez vode. I nisu nas slomili. Pobjedili smo. I mi smo danas ovdje s vama, ravnopravni član Europske unije. Tako će biti i Ukrajina. Da bi se to dogodilo, mi moramo dati Ukrajini snažnu potporu, ne samo političku, nego i oružje, ali dopustiti da koriste svoje oružje na ciljevima u Rusiji. Moramo obnoviti Ukrajinu i dati snažnu političku potporu. Mala Hrvatska, koja je izašla iz rata, dala je 54 milijuna eura za škole i vrtiće, dodala je 4 nova milijuna ove godine i trudimo se koliko god možemo. Međutim, ukoliko to ne bude naš zajednički cilj i zajednička potpuna platforma pobjede nad agresorom, sreće u Europi neće biti. I zbog toga Ukrajini treba dati potporu efektno i to upravo danas. odmah i danas. Hvala vam lijepa.
Thank you. And now Mr. Georgiev from Bulgaria.
Thank you, dear Chair. The European security architecture was irreversibly changed after the start of the brutal war of aggression of Russia against sovereign Ukraine. What is more, Putin is increasingly using economic force and energy dependence to exert political pressure over the whole European continent and our own countries. Bulgaria's unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders remains steadfast and will continue for as long as it takes. For 2.5 years, the people of Ukraine have defended the civilians and critical infrastructure from the aggressor on their own territory with exceptional courage and determination. In this regard, Bulgaria remains committed to the joint EU efforts in supporting Ukraine. We, as a state, despite what kind of government we have, will categorically continue providing military, technical, humanitarian, political, and diplomatic support, and last but not least, support for the future reconstruction of friendly Ukraine and support for its people. The war that Ukraine was forced to wage demonstrates visibly the need for the EU to increase its defense readiness. A strong and responsive EU defense industry that delivers fast and in sufficient quantities will help build the resilience and security of Ukraine, of the entire region. Today, Ukraine leads a war for the common future of Europe. We decide what this future would be: of cowards covering behind others' backs, or strong people driving their own fate against tyranny and dictatorship. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you. And now Mr. Ihor Krivosheyev from Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, on behalf of Ukraine, I want to sincerely thank all our partners for their strong support. Your support is very important for us. And after the latest Russian attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure, we need your support more than ever. Ukraine is currently the only country in the world that is subjected to ballistic missile attacks on an almost daily basis. Russia has destroyed or damaged every 7th school in Ukraine. More than 1,500 medical facilities were damaged, and 215 were completely destroyed. We need additional air defense systems, especially now with the start of the school year. Your support is important for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Angel Georgiev from Bulgaria.
As I said earlier, we need peace negotiations, not war. We must see the other side of the coin. You must know that the Ukrainian army is killing civilians in Russia today, and European Union should condemn that. We should use Russian gas and trade with Russia because this serves the interests of the Bulgarian society and the European interests as well. We must have connections and we must talk about peace, not only war. Thank you.
And the last speaker on the list is Mr. Rainer Sept.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, die Ukraine hat sich aufgemacht auf dem Weg in eine andere Zukunft, in ein anderes System, in die Freiheit. Wir vertreten die Seite der Menschenrechte, der Rechtsstaatlichkeit und der Freiheit des Einzelnen, und die Ukraine möchte zu diesem Land dazugehören. Russland hat sich aufgemacht in das Mittelalter, in die Vergangenheit, zurück in eine autoritäre Struktur, die niemand will, außer vielleicht Putin. Selbst die russische Gesellschaft würde wahrscheinlich mehr tun, wenn sie könnte. Ich bitte Sie alle, wir müssen die Ukraine unterstützen, weil das ist die Zukunft Europas. Wenn wir diesen Krieg verlieren, dann wird das so aussehen, dass Ukraine als Staat nicht mehr existiert. Wenn Russland diesen Krieg in Anführungsstrichen verliert oder die Klugheit hätte, ihn zu beenden, dann würde nichts passieren. Der russische Staat würde weiter existieren, wie bisher auch, und vielleicht würden die Menschen auch mehr Möglichkeiten haben, selbst in ihrem Staat mitzureden als sie gegenwärtig haben. Es bleibt uns nichts anderes übrig. Wir können nur nach vorne gehen. Niemand, auch diesem Narrativ will ich widersprechen, niemand hat Russland bedroht. Diese Geschichte, dass der Westen Russland bedroht hat, ist Unsinn. Niemand hatte die Absicht, Russland zu bedrohen. Und Russland hat nach dem Ende des Kalten Krieges selbst die Unabhängigkeit der Ukraine bestätigt und entsprechende Dekrete unterschrieben. Uns bleibt nichts übrig. Wir müssen weitermachen, weil es hängt auch unsere Zukunft vom Ausgang dieses Krieges oder vom Sieg der Ukraine ab. Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. We completed our list of speakers. Dear colleagues, this has been an interesting and lively discussion, but we now need to close. I would like to thank all colleagues for their participation. I have one practical announcement. From 17:15, 5:15, there will be guided tours in the building of the Hungarian National Assembly, both in English and in French. The tour guides are already waiting for you in front of this session hall. After the guided tour, around 6 p.m., we'll walk together to the Danube riverbank directly. I was informed that it's only 200 meters from here, where we will board the Europe boat for dinner and cultural program. I would also like to kindly remind you that our formal program will start tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the discussion of the third item on the agenda in this very same hall. And there won't be any political group meetings, so all parliamentarians are expected in the later buses. Thank you very much and have a nice evening here in Budapest.